The mob space mercenary in the Galactic Empire doesn't want to stand out. Volume 4. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Mob number 81. Welcome. Repairs, purchases, trade-ins. What do you need? Even though I've looked through various catalogs, I figured it's best to consult with the old man first. Going directly to the manufacturers listed in the catalogs would be an option, but they'd undoubtedly push their own products relentlessly, and I'm really not good at handling that kind of pressure. So, I decided to walk over to the old man's shop, Dog Maintenance Factory. Hello, I called out as I stepped into the workshop, where the old man and his employees were busily working. Yo, no ship? That's rare. Did your ship get blown up or something? The old man paused his work, wiping sweat as he joked with me. I usually only come here for ship-related matters, and I almost always arrive by ship, so he was teasing me about that. But this time, it wasn't a joke. Yes, I happened to be off the ship when it got hit by cannon fire and exploded. What? Well, at least you're alive. That's something. I'm really sorry about the ship you helped me with so much. Exactly. But I'm glad I didn't have to do maintenance on you as a cyborg. Well, maybe that way you'd become more handsome. The old man was clearly shocked but seemed genuinely relieved that I was okay. I don't think he needs to poke fun at my looks, though. So, I'm guessing this is it, right? The old man showed me the page for Nautiglam from Iophis Corporation in the brochure. All sorts of manufacturers leave these behind, saying, show this to customers who might want to replace their ship. Can I place an order? Should be fine. Of course, you'll want a good radar, right? Absolutely. Then I'll look for a better one than before and let you know when it's ready. Payment can wait until then, and you'll need adjustments after the purchase. Right? Thank you. I'll also borrow your space and tools again. I'll look into the radar myself too. Since the old man took care of the ship order, I'll make sure to find a good radar. I'm not skimping on money here. If the old man finds a better one, I'll go with that. With the ship search unexpectedly wrapped up quickly, I had some free time. So, I decided to go for a purification ritual. Even in an era where spaceships are everywhere, places like shrines, temples, churches, and sanctuaries still exist, preserving various religious rituals. I figure there must be some benefit to them. So, I visited Audin Shrine on Planet It's, a place famous among anime fans as the model for the home of a character from Bress Comet. Thankfully, the shrine priest kindly accepted my sudden request for a purification ritual. I paid the fee and had the ritual performed. While the fact that it was a sacred site from my favorite anime and the presence of a real shrine maiden were exciting, I was genuinely serious about warding off bad luck, so I stayed calm until the ritual was over. By the way, they were selling regular charms and anime collaboration charms. Naturally, I went all out on the anime collab ones. I also bought a regular charm for warding off misfortune. Hopefully, this will help a bit. If this were Arthur or someone like that, this might have been the start of a dramatic encounter with the Shrine Maiden. But for me, no such luck. After finishing the ship order at the old man's place and the purification at the shrine, it was already past lunchtime. So, I went into a fast food joint, had a quick meal, and then headed to an I-member. I was also planning to stop by Seazaban. After all the manga, light novels, and anime data cards I'd bought had turned to ash, so I needed to replace them. New releases would be easy to get, but older ones might be tricky. Holding on to a sliver of hope, I went into Seazaban and searched for the items that had turned to ash. I found me sister can't be this cute and I have no friends, but Cowgirl Swing and Limit Breaker and Baron were nowhere to be found. I'm not sure if they're still in stock, but I'll try ordering them at an I-member. If they haven't stopped production, I should be able to get them. Assassin Times Family was a new release, so I got it right away. I managed to order Limit Breaker and Baron, but Cowgirl Swing was a no-go. While wandering around an I-member looking for something new, I unexpectedly ran into Gonzalez. He wasn't wearing his usual lab coat but rather a stylish casual jacket. Hey, long time no see here. We used to bump into each other a lot back in our student days. It's kind of sad that we still end up in the same places when we have free time. just like we did back then. What are you here to buy? Actually, I'm replacing some stuff I had at work that turned to ash. Gonzalez looked surprised for a moment but quickly recovered. If you're here to buy, that means you're okay, right? He cut me off and went back to his usual routine. Yep. What about you? I'm looking for doujin novels of Titan's Trooper and Silver Summoner, and then I'm here to pre-order the anime data cards for Assassin Times Family. Oh, I should do that too. With that, we both pre-ordered the Assassin Times Family anime data cards and left an member. Even after leaving, Gonzalez and I walked the same path to the nearest station. It's a route we often took during our student days. Along the way, we usually ended up talking about trivial things. Actually, I was planning to head to your place tomorrow. Information? No, more accurately, to your shop and the ship-related stores in the shopping district. I'm looking for a radar. I used to get my hands on mass-produced ones with good performance, but this time I want something even better. Still mass-produced, though. The conditions were pretty strict, so I was planning to have Gonzalez gather information and visit those stores with me. Then Gonzalez said, in that case, there's a new shop that just opened up. We've still got time now. You know what they say, strike while the iron's hot. Want to check it out? After thinking it over, I agreed to Gonzalez's suggestion. And we headed to the black market shopping district. The atmosphere of the black market shopping district was as shady as ever, and with the sun starting to set, it only got more suspicious. The usual butcher shop had a sign that read, "The value of those born from oil sludge has halved." The people walking around were chuckling to themselves or muttering under their breath, adding to the variety of the scene. As we walked through, Gonzalez led me to a place that looked like a dump at first glance. It was buried under piles of ships, appliances, PCs, droids, air cars, weapons, and other machinery, parts and wreckage everywhere, with only the entrance door visible. The sign read Curie's Garage, Repair and Recycling. It was the kind of place that fit perfectly in the black market shopping district. But despite its exterior, the inside was surprisingly clean. Recycled items like small notebooks, tools, appliances, and weapons were neatly displayed. In the back of the shop was a young, attractive woman with short blonde hair, green eyes, and tanned skin. She was petite, standing at 150 centimeters, but her figure was well proportioned. She was wearing a yellow jumpsuit and had a pair of shaded goggles on her head. "Welcome." "Repairs, purchases, trade-ins, what do you need?" she greeted us with a smile as we walked in. "Mob number 82, my mother knew your father, and they've been acquaintances since back then. I'm looking for a radar for a combat vessel. One with the widest possible range." "How far do you need it to go?" "At least 2 billion kilometers would be ideal." 2 billion? Huh? That's about one model behind the latest from 7 years ago. Nowadays, they can go up to around 2.8 billion. Want the latest model, brand new? No. Do you have something reliable that can do around 2.5 billion? This was the conversation I had with the owner of Curie's Garage, Repair and Recycling in the black market shopping district. Her name seemed to be Grace Curie. As I explained what I was looking for, she quickly narrowed down the options. "How about this? It's the PKRE-88 by Philog Corporation. Detection range is 2.6 billion kilometers. It has all the basic functions, is energy efficient, and can run continuously for 720 hours in no time at all." She had pulled out exactly what I was looking for. The radar itself was about 50 centimeters tall, 70 centimeters wide, and 50 centimeters deep. A box that didn't look particularly impressive at first glance, but it was quite heavy. Still, it's a standard size for a radar. "How much is it?" "About this much. I'm already giving you a pretty good deal, so I can't go any lower." The price she quoted was 2.3 million credits. It wasn't an amount I couldn't afford, but it was still a significant sum. Plus, since I'd also asked the old man to look for a radar, I hesitated to buy it outright. Actually, I've also asked Dog Maintenance Factory to look for a radar. If they find something better, I might go with that. Could you hold this one for me? I explained that I'd also asked the old man to look for a radar and requested that she hold this one for me. Dog maintenance factory? You mean Bill Dog Old Man's place? Yes, that's right. Why? Then it's probably fine. I just got a call from Dog Old Man asking if I had any good radars. I think he was looking for one for you. Let me double check. What's your name? Thank you. I'm John Uzos. So you know Dog's dad? My mother knew him, and they've been acquaintances since back then. This shop is relatively new, though. With that, the shop owner took out her universal terminal tool and contacted the old man. It turned out that the call from the old man was indeed about looking for a radar for me, so I paid for it and arranged to have it delivered to the old man's shop, Dog Maintenance Factory. The world seems big, but it's surprisingly small. The next day, I asked Gonzalez to help me look for various interior items. Once we found what we needed, I paid for them and arranged for same-day delivery for the items that could be shipped immediately. Since I didn't want to leave everything at the old man's shop, I rented a nearby storage unit and had the items delivered there to be stored. As for the ship's interior, I'll adjust it to my preferences once the ship arrives, so this arrangement should work out. With everything I could do today finished, I thought I'd head to a pub for dinner and try something from the pub menu, but just as I entered the bustling district, I ran into someone I really didn't want to see. I immediately turned on my heel to escape, but unfortunately, I was caught. You still haven't enlisted in the military, even after all the advice I gave you? The person who caught me, Raoul Burx, spoke to me in an irritated tone. There's no benefit for me to join, I replied with full displeasure, but of course, he didn't care. The Empress is in danger. As a colonial citizen who's been under his protection, don't you think you should pledge your loyalty and defend her? I can't work in the military. I'm a colonial citizen, as you say. Even if I achieve something, the nobles or pure imperial citizens will take the credit. It's the same as being useless. This exchange was almost identical to the first time he tried to recruit me. Then I'll assign you to my direct unit. That way, I'm confident I'd be even more useless there. If I'm in a popular figure's direct unit, people like me would be thoroughly disliked. The only use I'd have is as a scapegoat when you or your subordinates make a mistake. Burx fell silent at my remark. It seemed he could predict his subordinates' actions, and even if he hadn't considered it himself, he could foresee that his superiors or subordinates would use me as a scapegoat. I decided to press further on something he'd let slip. Also, what did you mean about the Empress being in danger? Many citizens are grateful to the current and previous emperors, and the military hasn't lost to pirates or terrorists. Where exactly is this danger coming from? At my question, Burx frowned for a moment, let out a deep sigh, and then slowly spoke. You know some nobles are disrespecting Her Majesty, right? There are rumors they're plotting a rebellion. That's why we need as many allies as possible. As he said this, Burx placed his hand on the gun at his waist. He didn't draw it, but it was clear he was serious. At least he's definitely better than that idiot Arodi Burgers from before. Despite how it looks, I do value your eyes. I don't have a cyber prosthetic eye, though. But from the start, I've been wondering why he's so insistent on recruiting me. There are plenty of capable people from noble families. Just as I reluctantly reached for the gun at my waist, "What are you doing?" someone called out, and both Burx and I instinctively turned toward the voice. There stood a group of people in imperial military uniforms, and the largest man among them was glaring at us. Upon seeing him, Burx snapped into a salute. The man didn't react to Burx's actions at all. It's not a good look for a proud imperial soldier to be in a duel-like standoff with a civilian. Is this over a woman? If so, use your fists, not guns. He laughed and made a punching gesture. Your Excellency, please don't say such careless things. A cool-looking woman next to him scolded him with an exasperated tone. The man then turned his gaze to Burx. Your name, rank, and unit? By the way, I'm Jack Balder Brkin. My rank is General, and I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the Central Fleet's Suppression Force and the First Fleet Commander. He introduced himself. Ah, so that's why Burx snapped into a salute. This man holds the same rank as Gerect Rundiver. the captain of the guard who led the operation against the Cades pirates, and is also a marquis. I am Raoul Burnext, Major. I belong to the Planetary Defense Fleet's Capital Defense Force, 18th Aerospace Unit Commander. Burnext saluted again and introduced himself. Ah. The propaganda unit. The military's poster boy shouldn't be dueling over women like this. General Brkin looked at us with a what a mess expression, but I could sense that he was ready to punish me too if the situation called for it. Mob number 83. There he goes again. Messing up. He's in such a hurry. If the general had judged that I was a criminal and that Burnext was trying to persuade or arrest me, there's no doubt that the general and his group would have moved to apprehend me. He's an acquaintance from high school and has been persistently trying to recruit me into the military. So, I decided to tell the unvarnished truth. To my surprise, the general seemed to believe my statement and turned his gaze toward Burnext. In the past, there was conscription, but now it's voluntary. Even if you force someone who doesn't want to join, they won't contribute to the war effort. Will they? He advised in a calm tone. I've told him that many times, but he won't listen. Come on, it's been said since forever that being too persistent makes you unpopular, whether you're a man or a woman. I chimed in, and the general shot Burnext a look that seemed to say, what a hopeless guy. But isn't it also true that people who casually throw away others' lives for their own advancement are equally unpopular, regardless of gender? Before Burnext could retort, the general cut him off with a stronger tone. Even if Burnext didn't intend it that way, from an outsider's perspective, it looked like he was trying to force me into joining for his own benefit. Hearing that, Burnext looked down and fell silent. Well, I'll take my leave now. Seeing this as my chance, I bowed to the general and prepared to leave. Right. Even though we're from different departments, my subordinate caused you trouble. Not at all. Well then, I made it. I'm saved. I thought for sure they'd stop me, but they let me go without a fuss. Thank goodness. But was that really General Jack Balder Brkin, famously known as Venomfang? I'd rather not get too close to him. Section. Sighed. Jack Balder Brkin. I glared at the young major in front of me. As expected of someone leading the propaganda unit, he had a good appearance. His combat skills weren't bad either, from what I've heard, but it seems he's not very good at scouting talent. Major Burnext, aggressive recruiting only creates enemies. If that civilian's hostility were directed only at you, it'd be one thing. But if it's aimed at the entire military, you understand how troublesome that would be, right? Yes, sir. He seemed to realize he'd made a mistake, as he didn't offer any excuses. That's better than those who refuse to admit their errors or blame others. Then stop that kind of recruitment for good. Even though we're from different departments, consider this advice from a superior officer. Understood, sir. Good. You're dismissed. Thank you, sir. Major Burnext bowed his head and left the room. There he goes again. Messing up. He's in such a hurry. It seems he accepted my advice. But with the way he is, he'll probably do it again. One possible reason is that Major Raoul Burnext is a childhood acquaintance of Her Majesty Empress Amelia Flanodora of Oals. My adjutant, Major Shunara Floss, reported this information, allowing me to make some educated guesses. I see. He's trying to earn merit to get closer to Her Majesty. What about that civilian? Just a moment. Major Shunara tapped on her tablet, and the information came up quickly. His name is John Uzos. He's a knight-rank mercenary from the Mercenary Guild. He attended the same high school as Major Burnext and is also a survivor of the teacher-led student mercenary trafficking incident. I remember that incident well. It was quite famous a few years back. When I saw Major Burnext's face, I felt like I'd seen him somewhere, and hearing his name reminded me that he was one of the survivors of that incident. If I'd been a victim's family member, I'd have beaten that damn teacher to death. I remember that incident well. Wasn't there another survivor, a girl? From what I recall, there were two survivors. One was Major Burnext, and the other was a female student who became quite famous. Yes, the planet racer schooner Noswile. She's expected to be this year's prize money ranking champion. But I've never heard of this John Uzos. I remember the incident well, but his name doesn't ring a bell, unless I'm getting senile. At the time, The media only focused on the handsome high schooler Raoul Burx and the beautiful high schooler Schooner Noswile, treating John Usos as if he didn't exist. Most newspaper articles read, surviving students, Raoul Burx, 16, and Schooner Noswile, 16, and one other. His name only appeared in the Empire Daily's first day report and the police records. The media can be so ruthless. So, the only ones who know about his skills are his fellow mercenaries and those two survivors. He's not famous as a mercenary, but he's worth recruiting. Huh? Look into him lightly. Don't mess up the recruitment. Understood, sir. Recruitment might be pointless, so perhaps we should approach him with a job offer instead. Section 3 days after that unpleasant encounter, I finally got a call from the old man. It's here. Those words made me tremble with joy, and the next day, I eagerly headed to the old man's shop. There, the newly built ship was slightly larger than my previous one. The patchwork, but the silhouette was otherwise the same. First, we'll need to tweak the control systems. Got it. Can I borrow the space? Sure. The previous patchwork was based on a used Iophus slits, with various cheap parts I'd scavenged. I'd assembled about 70% of it before hitting a wall, which is when I met the old man. He taught me a lot as I finished it. What I focused on most back then was the control systems. I wanted to understand my piloting habits and adjust the ship to match my performance. I cared more about that than radar or defense systems. Now, the Iophus Nautilum in front of me is brand new, so I don't need to replace parts, but I'll still need to modify and adjust the control systems. Without that, it wouldn't feel like my ship. I borrowed place from the old man and worked on it alone, quietly and diligently. Of course, I didn't forget to have the old man check my work. After adjusting and test flying again, it took me 5 days to get it just right. Once that was done, I finally installed the high-performance radar I'd bought earlier, the Philog PKRE-88, along with additional armaments and interior fittings. Even after 3 days of installing and setting everything up, I still couldn't use the ship yet. I needed to stock up on food, bedding, a first aid kit, tools, spare pilot suits, spare weapons, simple cooking utensils, dishes, toilet paper, toothpaste, soap, and other hygiene products. Only after all that was ready could I finally start operating the ship. Mob number 84, to cut off future worries. And so, my new ship was completed, but the problem was its name. My previous ship was a patchwork of various parts, so I had debated between names like Hatchputch Patchwork, Patchwork Stitching, and Franken. In the end, I settled on Patchwork because it sounded somewhat smart and catchy. However, this time, even though I've tweaked the control systems, it's a completely new ship, so I thought it deserved a different name. But changing a ship's name implies that I've bought a new ship, which means I've spent a considerable amount of money, and the money-hungry vultures lurking near the guild's ATM will quickly catch wind of that and come begging for loans, even if they're not even acquaintances. In reality, the total cost was 4,319,000 credits, 3,850,000 for the ship, 420,000 for modifications, and 49,000 for the workshop rental, including assistance fees. Adding the radar, 2,300,000 credits, and interior upgrades, 931,000 credits, the total amount I spent on this new ship came to 7,550,000 credits. As for name ideas, I considered insurance, since I bought it with insurance money, or SAR, a code name for a prototype, but the former would make it obvious that I'd received insurance money, and the latter might attract some self-proclaimed hero-type idiots who'd say, a prototype? That means it's super high performance, right? Someone like you doesn't deserve it. I'll take it. While pointing a gun at me. So I scrapped those ideas. In the end, I decided it was better to keep the same impression as before and chose not to change the name. For the armaments, I selected the same quantum beam and proton torpedoes as before, so the overall impression wouldn't change much. I thanked the old man, his wife, and the factory workers, then paid the final fee of 49,000 credits for the workshop rental, including assistance. Before heading to the guild's docking bay, I stocked up on water and food at a large wholesale market. You never know when you might have to leave in a hurry, and it's always better to be prepared. Of course, I also visited Anime Bar and Seizabun to pick up the latest volume of Ultimate Road, the data card for the anime's 5th season, and various doujinshi. Learning from past tragedies, I bought a guard box, a sturdy storage container as tough as a black box, and stored everything inside it. After docking my ship at the guild's bay, I went to the reception desk and spoke to Old Man Rones. Long time no see. Ah, I heard your ship's done. What's the name gonna be? I'll keep it as Patchwork. I'd say it's a shame, but the lions might come prowling. Normally, people would say hyenas here, but according to Old Man Rones, hyenas are actually skilled hunters who work in teams to take down prey. It's the lions who steal their kills. Since hyenas can't beat lions, they have no choice but to eat the leftovers. That's why I call those who steal others' profits lions. All right, please handle the name registration. Got it. As Old Man Rones began the registration process, I glanced at the list of requests. Suddenly, an emergency alert notification chimed simultaneously from every terminal in the area, including mine. The message stated that anti-Empress forces had staged a coup, attacking and occupying the planet Gatahaga in Baron Sakazuyo's territory. Baron Sakazuyo had desperately fought to allow the surviving citizens to escape, successfully launching 3 large transport ships carrying all the citizens. However, the anti-Empress forces pursued and attempted to sink them. Fortunately, the 7th Fleet of the Central Suppression Force, which happened to be nearby and received the SOS from Baron Sakazuyo's territory, arrived in time to rescue them. Later, the details were revealed by the surviving Baroness Sakazuyo. For his bravery in risking his life to protect his citizens and successfully ensuring their escape, the Empress awarded Baron Sakazuyo the title of Count and the Brilliant Dragon Claw Medal. At the same time, the private soldiers, garrison troops, and volunteers who fought alongside him were granted the title of Dragon Fang Soldiers. And from this moment, martial law would be declared on all inhabited planets in the Empire in 6 hours. After reading this, both Old Man Rones and I were momentarily speechless. This is serious. The Mercenary Guild will definitely get requests soon. Martial law on all inhabited planets. The cities will probably panic over securing food and supplies. Good thing I went shopping earlier. The mercenaries around us started buzzing about the opportunities for work, while the staff began to worry about how to manage their lives. But why did they issue an emergency alert? Normally, they'd keep it secret from the public until it's resolved, and only report it afterward. No orders have come to the guild yet. Maybe it's best to go wherever you can for now, Old Man Rones suggested. Taking his advice, I replied, all right, I'll head home for a bit. I left the guild, grateful for his words. So this was what Burx was hinting at when he tried to recruit me earlier. Section Side. Third-person perspective. 1 hour before John Uzos's terminal received the emergency alert. In a large meeting room within the Imperial Palace on the capital planet Hine, the angry voice of a young woman echoed. How dare they? If they have a grudge against me, they should target me alone. The young woman, with silver blue hair, jet black eyes, and pale skin, glared at the report in front of her and slammed her hand on the table. Currently, the anti-Empress forces have been halted by the 7th Fleet of the Central Suppression Force, which arrived first on the scene, reported the man holding the position of Prime Minister. Impressive, as expected of Commodore Thorncheed, feared by pirates as the demon god, someone remarked. While they're holding the line, let's send reinforcements. We should keep it hidden from the public until it's resolved, another suggested. The attendees of the meeting each voiced their strategies. We must express our gratitude to Baron Sakazuyo, who risked his life to protect his citizens and ensure their escape, said the young Empress, Amelia Flanodor of Oals, closing her eyes in a moment of silent prayer. Just then, a communication came through to the meeting room. Everyone wondered who it could be as the Prime Minister answered. This is the meeting room within the Imperial Palace on the capital planet Hine of the Galactic Empire. Who is this? However, the hologram that appeared showed a thin, middle-aged man with a mustache, who ignored the Prime Minister and addressed the Empress directly. "Long time no see, Your Majesty Amelia." The moment she saw his face, the Empress's expression twisted. "Marquis Fieldilvastog, you're the ringleader?" "Indeed, but this action of mine is for the sake of the Empire. The foolish law enacted by your father, the late Emperor, which stripped the nobility of their authority, has caused us legitimate nobles to suffer losses." His tone was polite, but his expression and voice clearly looked down on the Empress. "It's the Imperial Domain Improvement Act," the Empress corrected, her voice rising in anger as she defended her father's legislation. The Marquis ignored her and continued, "Despite numerous petitions, there has been no sign of improvement. Therefore, we have begun to act to restore the dignity of the rightful and legitimate nobility, purging the lower nobles and their territories who did not support us. We will continue to do so." The Marquis smugly stroked his moustache. "Your Majesty, who still does not understand what it means to be a legitimate noble, surely does not wish for more of the citizens in your territories to be slaughtered, does you?" The Marquis's blatant reference to the citizens as resources left everyone in the meeting room in disbelief and filled them with intense anger. "I, too, am reluctant to slaughter more citizens, but if our demands are ignored, we will have no choice but to continue the massacre. If you understand our demands, you will step down from the throne and appoint me as the next emperor. If not, we will continue the slaughter. Take your time to consider." The Marquis ended the communication with a smirk. The sheer arrogance of his statements left everyone momentarily speechless. "We should have eradicated the troublemakers thoroughly from the start." Marshal Thurrock Mouston, commander of the Planetary Defense Fleet, broke the silence. "We must immediately assemble a suppression force and wipe out those fools." The elderly marshal, his face red with anger, was breathing heavily. "Calm down, old man. We don't know if he's acting alone. We need to investigate further," said General Jack Balder Brkin, commander of the Central Suppression Force and the First Fleet, "and it seems the Kingdom of Nek-Ilmu is involved in this," added Prime Minister Duke Terry Landris Oals. "Those insolent cowards!" Marshal Mouston exclaimed. "Cowards are unpredictable when cornered. That's why we need to stay calm," General Brkin countered. Then, the Empress, who had been silent until now, spoke. "I will go to the front lines." "Your Majesty, that's unwise." Marshal Mouston, who had been her guardian during her childhood, tried to stop her. "Do not worry. I'll take the Royal Guard and other fleets with me. I'll leave the rear to Duke Oals." "Indeed, His Grace the Duke would be reliable." "Great Uncle, can I count on you?" the Empress asked the elderly man standing behind her in the meeting room. The old man stepped forward. "Leave it to me, Your Majesty." "This old man will guard the rear. First, let's declare martial law across the Empire. Not just for the citizens, but for the nobility as well. Only the military and mercenaries will be allowed to move." He bowed respectfully and immediately proposed the necessary measures. "Inform the citizens of the situation? And the nobility too?" Everyone was puzzled by the unconventional suggestion, but the Duke smiled and said, "It's to cut off future worries." Mob number 85, just the phrase "His Majesty the on the sick bed" makes this guy giving the speech seem so shady it stinks to death. "After leaving the Mercenary Guild, I didn't head straight home. Instead, I went to Gonzalez's place to get some information I was curious about. On the way there, the city was in complete chaos. Shops selling food and the medicine were flooded with customers, while restaurants, clothing stores, companies, and travel agencies were closing up in a hurry. After all, in 6 hours, martial law would be enforced, and no one would be allowed outside. Everyone was desperate. Some people who didn't seem to understand the situation were causing a commotion on the streets. Even in the black market district, shops were closing one after another, though the food stores seemed determined to stay open until the last possible moment. At that infamous butcher shop, a banner was hung advertising the spherical meat embraced by bitter black viscosity, drowned in oily mud, and they were pushing sales hard, likely trying to make a final profit before martial law kicked in. Ignoring the scene, I arrived at Patterson Pharmacy. "Yo," I greeted, raising a hand lightly as I entered. Despite it being a pharmacy where you need a doctor's prescription to get medicine, I expected it to be packed with desperate customers. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single one. Gonzalez himself didn't seem flustered at all, leisurely reading a book. "Yo, hear about the coup?" "Yeah. You got enough food and the medicine supplies?" "I stocked up a while ago, so I'm good. I've got plenty of batteries and nutrient solutions too. And I bought a lot of regular food. No rush for prescriptions?" "Not today." The nearest hospital was closed, so there weren't many direct requests. "I did get some orders via communication, but I've already finished all of them." Gonzalez looked completely at ease, showing no signs of panic over the martial law. "Did you know about this beforehand?" "There was info about some nobles gathering in one place, and there was something definitive on the net." As he said that, he turned his palm toward me. "Apparently, anything beyond that would cost me." Normally, one piece of information goes for around 50,000 credits, so I had prepared 100,000 credits initially. I added another 50,000 and handed it over. Satisfied with the amount, Gonzalez played a video. "This is from the net within the Neck-Earlmer Star Kingdom." Probably right before the coup was about to happen. On the screen, there was a podium set up, and a man in luxurious clothing was giving a speech. Behind him was the emblem of the Neck-Earlmer Star Kingdom. "Gentlemen, our long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. The Empire, which has invaded and colonized various nations across the galaxy, is beginning to show signs of decline. The current emperor, Amelia Fran lacks charisma, and more than half of the citizens no longer support him. As proof of this, the Empire's citizens have sought our protection. They have pleaded with us to lead their nation once the current emperor is overthrown. We have accepted their plea and provided them with the necessary funds and weapons. Even His Majesty the King, who lies on his sickbed, has high hopes for this operation. If their battle ends in victory, a glorious path to galactic supremacy will be laid out for us. Rise up, for the sake of seizing all of the galaxy." The video ended with the man smirking, looking proud of himself. After watching it, I couldn't help but hold my head in my hands. The fact that the Neck-Earlmer Star Kingdom was behind this was within expectations, but the content of the speech was the real issue. There's so much to unpack here. The current Empress lacks charisma, and more than half the citizens don't support him? Isn't the Empress's approval rating at 75%? Probably. For that guy, citizens equals nobles. If you only look at the nobles, it might seem like a lot of them are rebelling. Once the current Empress is overthrown, they've pleaded with us to lead the nation, as if the Empire's nobles would seriously ask for that. They'd just wait for the right moment to attack. Though I guess he's saying that on purpose. Of course, it's to make the Empire's nobles let their guard down, and they probably think they can win right after the battle when the enemy is exhausted. Just the phrase "His Majesty the King" on his sickbed makes this guy giving the speech seem so shady it stinks to death. Pretty sure that's Marquis Gaze Dowan. He's touted as Neck-Earlmer super competent Prime Minister with the King's absolute trust. All self-proclaimed. No doubt, there were other things to nitpick, but these were the biggest issues. Anyway, putting aside the headache-inducing nonsense, I decided to ask the question I came here for. So, what's their military strength looking like right now? Even with Gonzalez's network, he probably didn't have the exact numbers, but more information was always better. Just the nobles' forces alone, including drones and remote-controlled artillery ships, would be around 400,000. Plus, we don't know how much the Neck-Earlmer Star Kingdom has sent, but it's definitely at least 500,000. But the 7th Fleet, which only has about 10,000 even with drones and remote-controlled ships, is just watching and not moving. They're probably waiting for reinforcements. Gonzalez's intel was usually reliable, but he was wrong about the nobles' movements. Nah, probably over 90% of the nobles are just saying stuff like, "What's this nonsense?" Some half-breed noble wannabe born from commoners is pretending to be a great general by gathering useless commoners. I just haven't had the chance to show my skills, but I'm way better than him. So, I'll let you have the honor of taking him down since it's not even worth my time. They're just scared of Commodore Thorncheeden passing the buck to each other. The wording might be different, but that's definitely what's happening. and since I had no further interest in the nobles, I quickly moved on to the next matter. Also, do you have a detailed map of the area? Yeah. Give me a second. Maps like this weren't something you could get at a regular bookstore or convenience store. This detailed map included the positions of the nobles involved in the coup, the military and police structures around the planet, the locations of asteroids, and detailed internal information about them. While Gonzalez prepared the map, I noticed the book he'd been reading earlier. Glancing at the cover, I saw it was an old light novel titled The Continent of Storms. Once I received the detailed map of the area, I left Patterson Pharmacy to make it home before martial law was enforced. Oh, and I made sure to buy the spherical meat embraced by bitter black viscosity, drowned in oily mud on the way back. After getting home, I took care of cleaning and laundry, had a late lunch with the spherical meat embraced by bitter black viscosity, drowned in oily mud as a side dish, and relaxed while catching up on some anime. Then, as expected, I got a summons from the Mercenary Guild. It had been over 7 hours since the emergency declaration email, so martial law was already in effect. I thought about ignoring the summons, but it was mandatory, so I had no choice. Reluctantly, I got ready and headed out. The city under martial law was eerily empty, like a ghost town. Public transportation was suspended, so I borrowed a shared bike from the building manager and made my way to the Mercenary Guild. On the way, I was stopped by the police, as usual, but showing the notice from the guild got me through without issue. When I arrived, the Mercenary Guild was overflowing with mercenaries who had been summoned. Mob number 86, don't be ridiculous. Payment comes after we return. Inside the Mercenary Guild, a considerable number of mercenaries were crowded together. It felt like a venue for one of the biannual events. There were probably some acquaintances of mine here, but with this many people, it would be impossible to find them. As I was wondering what to do, a staff member holding a loudspeaker appeared and gave an announcement. Attention! All mercenaries, please proceed swiftly to the main hall. I repeat, proceed swiftly to the main hall. The main hall was the same place used for ceremonies, like the one before the Cade's pirate group's subjugation. When I entered the main hall, several people in military uniforms were standing on the stage, and a few others were stationed round the walls where the mercenaries were gathered. Once all the mercenaries had entered, one of the military personnel contacted someone using a universal terminal tool and then requested a microphone. Ahem. At this moment, we will hear a message from Her Majesty, the 38th Empress, Amelia Flanodora of Oals. Please listen carefully. As the military officer spoke, a projection of a stunning woman with silver blue hair, jet black eyes, and pale skin appeared before us. It was none other than Her Majesty, the 38th Empress, Amelia Flanodora of Oals, famously known as the Gorgeous Empress. It seemed this was being broadcast live to all mercenary guilds across the nation. Soldiers and mercenaries, thank you for gathering here. As you may have already heard, some nobles have grown dissatisfied with me and have openly staged a coup. This is entirely due to my lack of virtue. Moreover, they have demanded that I abdicate the throne. They have even threatened to attack our planets if I refuse. But I cannot hand over the throne to those who call our citizens resources, who kill and oppress them as if it were consumption. I had heard her voice on TV a few times before, but it really was beautiful. It might be disrespectful to say, but if she trained as a voice actress, she could probably make a living with that voice. Fortunately, the 7th Fleet has been keeping them at bay, so no new invasions have begun. We must use this opportunity to surround them and prevent any further damage at all costs. This time, I will personally head to the front lines alongside my royal guard. Command will be entrusted to General Brkin, Commander-in-Chief of the Central Fleet Subjugation Force. Rest assured, a young girl like me with no combat experience will not be leading the charge. Soldiers and mercenaries, I ask for your strength. As she spoke, the Empress bowed her head. That action must have shocked everyone watching this broadcast. The Empress of the Galactic Empire lowering her head and making a plea rather than a command was unprecedented. From a standpoint of authority, it was a critical situation, but being asked by the gorgeous Empress didn't feel bad, so the soldiers and mercenaries were fired up. Taking advantage of the momentum, One of the military officers on the stage gave an order: all of you from the its branch, with a few exceptions, will be under the command of the 11th Fleet. You are to arrive at the planet Gatohaga within the next 72 hours. Now, move out. The order came from the military officers on the stage. Like an avalanche, everyone immediately headed toward the hangar. To avoid the crowd, I waited until the main hall was empty and then leisurely made my way to Old Man Roans's place to gather a bit more information. Everyone's rushing out, but you're taking your time. It's dangerous to rush out when it's crowded. Besides, I need information and a map of the area around planet Gatohaga. I had already received one from Gonzalez, but comparing maps from different sources would give me more detailed information. I figured you'd say that. Here. It includes some military-grade information. It cost a pretty penny, you know. As he spoke, the old man handed me a memory storage device. Thanks. I can have this for free, right? I joked as I accepted the device. Don't be ridiculous. Payment comes after you return, he said with a displeased look. Got it. I'll throw in some interest too. After that exchange, I headed to the now empty hangar where only my ship, the Patchwork, remained, but I noticed one other ship was still there. It was a CO-9 Agalim, manufactured by Shat Company. In other words, it was the ship of the Leopardess, Purification. And for some reason, Ms. Shat was walking briskly toward me. You're always so slow. Everyone else has already left. Yeah, well, but at least you won't be nervous about departure. You won't be late, will you? Usually, I catch up at the gate. Even though we've talked a bit more, I had no idea what she wanted from someone like me, who's just an acquaintance. The its branch is under the 11th Fleet, right? Yes, that's right. Ms. Shat, are you with a different fleet? I received direct orders and have been assigned to the 1st Fleet, under the Empress's personal guard. That's impressive. As expected of you. Popular elites are indeed different. Plus, being a beauty, she'd look good standing next to the Empress. Well, technically, it'd be in a combat ship. Then, for some reason, Ms. Shat seemed to want to say something as she stared at me. If she had something to say, I wished she'd just say it, but since she wasn't speaking up, I decided to act. Sorry, but if I don't leave soon, I really won't make it in time. I started moving without waiting for her to continue the conversation. Besides, it really was time to leave. Alright. We can't be late. Ms. Shat lowered her face and hurried toward her ship. And so, I set out for the Zen region, where planet Gatohaga was located, to carry out the request from the 38th Empress, Amelia Flanodor of Oals, the subjugation of the rebel army. Section. Side. Fuel cache set. After docking my beloved Agalim in the hangar of my mothership, the Ukrimo, I let out a deep sigh. I had only intended to exchange a casual greeting as a work acquaintance, but things got quite awkward. I tried to strike up a conversation, but it didn't go very well. When I returned to the lounge of the Ukrimo, Sherry had prepared a sports drink for me. But I didn't know how to bring it up. I've experienced personal wars between nobles and pirate hunts before, but a battle of this scale, with both sides so massive, is something I've rarely encountered. At best, I've only done simulation VR training. Moreover, in the reigns of the previous two Empress and the current one, there hasn't been a war of this magnitude. So, this is a first for everyone. Yet, he didn't seem the least bit flustered. Since he's older and technically my senior as a mercenary, I thought I'd ask him for some advice on how to prepare mentally, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. If you'd just been honest from the start, I've only ever done battles of this scale in simulation VR, so I'm really nervous. Can you give me some advice? It would have been fine, right? I couldn't say something like that. I couldn't help but raise my voice at Sherry's outrageous suggestion. It's true that's what I wanted to ask, but there's no way I could do it with my hands clasped in front of my chest and looking up at him with pleading eyes. Come on, hurry up and leave. We can't be late. Understood, miss. Sherry's acting all composed. I'll remember this. Section. I've fought alongside the military in pirate hunts and terrorist subjugations several times, but this is on a much larger scale. The Empress's Royal Guard, 6 of the 12 Central Fleet subjugation units, the 1st, 2nd, 7th, 8th, 11th, and 12th fleets are here, and it's not just the usual patrol force of around 10,000 ships. They've mobilized off-duty personnel, unmanned drones, and remote-controlled artillery ships, bringing the total to 50,000. That means there are about 350,000 combat ships here. On top of that, mercenaries from across the Empire are gathered here, so the total number of mercenaries alone is probably between 300,000 and 400,000. And if you add the remaining 6 Central Fleet subjugation units and the planetary defense fleets, essentially the private armies of allied nobles, the numbers grow even larger. The fact that half of the Central Fleet subjugation units remained in the capital is likely a precaution in case something happens. Furthermore, there are supply fleets and colony-style operational bases packed into the nearby regions. After using several gates and traveling for about 9 hours, we arrived at the scene. Shortly after, the commander of the 11th Fleet gave instructions to the mercenary forces from the its branch, including me. To all soldiers and mercenaries, we will primarily attack the enemy's right flank. I won't micromanage your individual combat methods, but you must absolutely follow any orders from us, and if you notice any changes or anomalies, report them immediately. Even if it's a mistake, it's better than missing something. When moving or pursuing within friendly lines, always seek our approval. For now, maintain your positions. That is all. I wish you all the best of luck. This commander of the 11th Fleet, Major General Mailing's early hinge, is a handsome, glasses-wearing man who's even been featured in fashion magazines. I think he's been called a strategic genius in some articles. By the way, there's a rumor that during the summer and year-end events, there are thinly veiled books sold that are based on characters resembling Eric Rundiver, the Royal Guard Captain, Salamas Thorncheed, the 7th Fleet Commander, and Mailing's early hinge, the 11th Fleet Commander. If these books were discovered, it would be a big scandal. The 11th and 12th Fleets are positioned on our left flank, the center is held by the Royal Guard in the 1st and 2nd Fleets, and the right flank is covered by the reinforced 7th and 8th Fleets. And of course, without refueling and rest, we can't fight effectively. So, those who've traveled long distances are being resupplied first. While we were in this standby position, we noticed some enemy ships firing toward a section of our central forces. Mob number 87, have those cowardly, lowly mercenaries lost their nerve? Chaj, show them the bravery of the Manta's Viscount family. Full assault. Amidst the current standoff, a line of fire was seen coming from part of the enemy fleet towards our central forces. As battles broke out everywhere almost immediately, a command was issued. Mercenary units, continue advancing as you are and engage in combat. Once you've inflicted some damage on the enemy, retreat immediately upon my signal. After issuing this order, ships needing supplies should proceed to resupply. Other ships should stay with us for a while, then turn back upon the signal to attack the enemy fleet again. The order was given to launch an attack on the enemy ship. It seemed we were executing a bait-and-switch tactic. The bait-and-switch involves attacking first, then feigning fear and retreating when the enemy counterattacks. As the enemy, emboldened, gives chase, our ambush forces strike. This tactic is meant to enrage the enemy, causing them to lose their cool, or to cleverly draw them in. However, it only works if the enemy is either simple-minded or unfamiliar with such tactics. Moreover, the 11th Fleet, serving as our ambush force, apparently has stealth capabilities and planned to deploy them while the mercenaries attacked. Following orders, we advanced and attacked the enemy fleet. Beams of light crisscrossed, some ships were destroyed, others deflected shots with their barriers. A beam passed near me, and the shockwave from an explosion reverberated through my ship. Though it lasted less than 10 minutes, it felt like hours before the retreat order came. Those who did not have much time to spare before running out of propulsion energy and low on fuel hurriedly withdrew. Seeing this, the enemy commander seemed to say, have those cowardly, lowly mercenaries lost their nerve? Chaj, show them the bravery of the Manta's Viscount family. Full assault, as if to say, Chaj, and advanced his fleet. Incidentally, The rebels were courteous enough to display their insignia, making it easy to identify them. While giving the enemy such information seems tactically and strategically questionable, it works in our favor. Well, the 11th Fleet has a number on its flagship, so it's similar to us. As the Mantas Viscount's forces pursued our mercenary units, separating from their main force, orders came from Rear Admiral Mailing's early hinge of the 11th Fleet. Fools! Begin simultaneous ambush fire. Mercenary units, turn and attack the enemy fleet. Do not pursue those who flee. Avoid friendly fire. Hundreds of beams lit up the space, and ships exploded. Although we were told not to chase those who fled. In this chaos, escape seemed impossible. After easily annihilating the overextended enemy forces, the 11th Fleet proceeded towards the enemy's weak point. The following message was sent by the captain. We, the 11th Fleet, will continue to head for the enemy's hole. The mercenaries are to go to supply the enemy's tanks in order when the first unit that supplied the tanks comes back. The order is from the furthest to the farthest. The returning units will join the main fleet. Currently, mercenaries from 5 planets are under the 11th Fleet's command, with my home planet, it's, being the third. Although we arrived later and had already resupplied, watching the 11th Fleet advance while we waited felt somewhat embarrassing. However, considering our depleting fuel and beam energy, we had no choice but to wait our turn. Eventually, those who had resupplied returned and followed the 11th Fleet. When it was our turn, we resupplied as directed and then advanced towards the 11th Fleet's position. Naturally, while all units were supposed to form a neat formation and act in unison, the battlefield was in chaos as each unit engaged independently. This was due to only part of the rebel fleet firing initially. Such a small action can sway the battlefield, which is terrifying. Perhaps the rebels didn't anticipate this outcome. Rear Admiral Earlyhinge likely understood this well and issued precise orders. After catching up with the 11th Fleet, under Rear Admiral Earlyhinge's command, we were directed left, right, up, and down, managing to safely take down enemies. Although we took hits, none of us turned to space dust yet. However, combat depletes fuel and ammunition, and running out would mean joining the space dust. We narrowly escaped the enemy's formation at the last moment. Fatigue and depletion were mutual, if not worse for them, as they didn't pursue us. Once we reached a relatively safe zone, orders came. All units proceed to the Supply colony. Damaged ships head to the repair colony. The enemy will likely retreat to the planet's satellite orbit. After arriving at the colony, stand by for further orders while preparing for the next sortie. About 3 hours had passed since the rebels suddenly opened fire. We had managed to survive, though this wasn't the end, and we couldn't let our guard down. Surviving this time was largely thanks to Rear Admiral Earlyhinge, who seemed to minimize our losses. However, when it comes to depleting resources, he's probably ruthless. Section Side, third-person perspective. While battles raged in the Zn region near planet Gatohaga, numerous fleets were heading towards the imperial capital planet, Hine. Despite the Empire currently imposing martial law on all nobles and civilians except for regular military personnel, mercenaries, and police, these fleets, led by some nobles, were private forces heading to the capital with a purpose. What was their purpose? To capture the Empress and occupy the imperial capital, securing various interests in the process. Essentially, they were a rebel faction's auxiliary force. Among them was Baron Grumrias, who, under the command of Count Reviltos Barlenton, to whom his family had owed a debt for over 7 generations, was leading a fleet consisting of 1 large combat cruiser, 4 medium combat destroyers, and unmanned artillery ships, along with his private soldiers and family, towards the capital in a large caravan. His territory, Planet Ruba, was quite remote, and the journey here was costly. He came reluctantly, compelled by the debt to Count Barlenton, fearing the loss of his territory's benefits and his people's lives otherwise. There were likely many others who came unwillingly due to various obligations, as well as those who joined eagerly. In the captain's quarters of the large combat cruiser, 2 figures were present. "Darling, are you truly going to defy the Empress like this?" "I have no choice. It's the command of Count Barlenton," to whom we owe a debt. Besides, success would benefit our territory. Baron Oars responded to his wife, Illyria, trying to convince himself. Illyria, visibly angry, retorted, "That debt is from 150 years ago, and it's highly likely it was a setup by them. Even if it wasn't, they've been using it to impose unreasonable demands. Considering this, let's request an audience with the Empress and plead our case. Her Majesty will surely listen." Despite his wife's passionate proposal, the Baron sighed deeply and began to explain his resignation. "As a Baron, to request an audience with Her Majesty, I must submit a petition, pass several reviews, and wait in line. I've tried twice before. Once, my grandfather submitted a petition but was rejected. Our ancestors faced the same. After the rejection, unexplained disasters frequently struck our territory, as if orchestrated! Understanding the reason behind the disasters, Illyria was speechless. At that moment, the beautifully shining capital planet, Hine, came into view ahead of their ship. Mob number 88. "Therefore, we will annihilate you." The cause of this, the sudden skirmish had come to an end, and all friendly forces temporarily retreated to the colony to rest. However, it wasn't exactly a leisurely break. Once resupplied, everyone returned to their ships to stand by. It was only natural to remain vigilant, as enemy reinforcements or ambushes could appear at any moment. The rebel forces had likely retreated to the orbit of planet Gatohaga and were taking a similar breather. I used this time to study the star map I had bought from Gonzalez, activating the newly installed radar to compare the map with the actual terrain. According to the map, the space around planet Gatohaga was dotted with fortress colonies, likely due to its proximity to the border. It even detailed the locations of abandoned colonies awaiting dismantling and the remains of large spacecraft. As I marveled at the map's precision, I noticed an anomaly in an area marked as empty. Upon closer inspection, there was a satellite-like mobile fortress about 1.8 billion kilometers from planet Gatohaga, unmarked on the map. Since it wasn't on Gonzalez's map either, it was likely a secret government or military project. Given that the 7th Fleet had been patrolling the area up until the recent conflict, it was probably a military asset. I doubted Major General Earlyhinge would overlook such a thing, so I decided not to worry about it. Still, I set up an alert in case something happened in that direction. 6 hours after the rest period began, the order to advance and resume combat was issued. The rebel forces had already left planet Gatohaga's orbit and were preparing to intercept us. The two armies faced each other again, slowly closing the distance. At that moment, a communication from the Empress's flagship was broadcast to all friendly ships. "Officers and soldiers, you've done well in the recent skirmish. Our casualties were minimal, which is fortunate, but the real battle is just beginning. I pray for your valor." Thankfully, General Brkin, the Supreme Commander, has granted me the honor of issuing the first command. Issuing this command means I will bear the undeniable fact of having taken action against my own people. However, we cannot let those who have committed atrocities against the innocent go unpunished. The Empress's expression was both stern and beautiful. As the distance between us and the rebel forces closed to combat range, the Empress gave the order, "All forces, prepare to fire. Target the enemy forces ahead." Fire. A rain of beams poured down on the rebel forces. Of course, they were prepared, deploying barriers, evading, and counterattacking as they closed the distance. From here on, it was clear that the battlefield would become familiar to me. I moved with my allies near the rear, gradually lowering my ship's nose to descend below the enemy formation. Once our forces obscured their view, I increased speed to leave the combat zone. Even if I were to do something like that, the radar would immediately give away my position. However, when you're focused on combat, your field of vision inevitably narrows. Especially the area below your own craft tends to be overlooked. I plan to exploit this weakness with the tactic I'm about to execute. Originally, this is a method used in planetary aerial combat, and it's quite unconventional, but I've adapted it for space combat in my own way. The tactic involves moving towards the underside of the enemy formation, maintaining some distance, and then launching an attack from below. While attacking, I spiral upwards, aiming to cover as much area as possible. This tactic targets the underbelly of the enemies above, so I've named it the anti-aircraft surprise attack after planetary anti-aircraft weapons. If the surprise attack is successful, I immediately leave the combat zone, create some distance, then turn around to finish off the targets. This tactic has an advantage when used in group battles. A successful surprise attack can provoke some enemies to chase after me in anger. This momentarily exposes them to my allies, increasing their chances of being shot down. While this tactic can't be used repeatedly on the same unit, it's effective for disrupting enemy formations. However, this anti-aircraft surprise attack might be recognized by those who know of it, but to most, it just looks like I'm fleeing, which can lead to accusations of cowardice and even friendly fire. Therefore, the key to not getting caught is to execute it just before or during a chaotic battle. Fortunately, this time I wasn't reprimanded by my allies. Luckily, I managed to get below the enemy formation, spiraled upwards, shot down 3 crafts, and the enraged enemies were then taken out by my allies. It was a great start with significant results, but the battle has only just begun. To survive, no matter how pitiful or cowardly it may seem, I must use every trick in the book. After all, no matter what they say, it's game over if you die. Section Side, Fuel Cache Set. About 3 hours had passed since the rebels opened fire. I had somehow survived. Being summoned as part of the Empress's guard was an honor, but there was one thing that bothered me. Why did the soldiers keep hitting on us, even during standby? It started before the first battle and continued relentlessly, with the same disrespectful advances directed at me and the other female mercenaries. They would boast about their status, explain how much of an honor it would be to become their woman, and then demand that we guard them in battle, clearly intending to use us as meat shields. Surviving this would be a bonus, I thought sarcastically. Just as I was getting fed up, a beam shot from the enemy side. By sheer coincidence, it was heading straight for the Empress's flagship. This is bad. Everyone thought it, but no one reacted in time. However, in the next moment, Feather Helmet deployed a barrier and intercepted the attack. Thinking calmly, the Empress's ship should have had its barrier up the moment the beam was fired. Still, Feather Helmet had reacted faster than anyone else and moved into position to act as a shield. Their skill was nothing short of divine. With the enemy attacking, it was time to retaliate. However, some of our forces remained idle. As the Empress's guards, not everyone could advance, but these individuals showed no sense of urgency. They were combat pilots from the Second Fleet, the same ones who had been hitting on the female mercenaries. While the mercenaries under the First Fleet's command began fighting, the Second Fleet pilots continued their advances. Undeterred by the battle, I cut off their communications with a curt, "We're in combat," and asked Sherry to relay only necessary messages to me. "Understood, be careful," Sherry replied. From then on, I could focus on the battle without distractions. Sherry later reported the issue to the Second Fleet, but when they didn't stop, she escalated it to the First Fleet, which finally put an end to it. Did some in the Second Fleet think this war was just an exercise? If so, I hoped they'd learn otherwise soon. Section Side, Third-Person Perspective. The rebel forces, or, as they called themselves, the Revolutionary Army, were in high spirits as they approached the capital planet, Hein. A speech was being delivered by Revoltos Barlington, the representative of their detachment. "Gentlemen, as the rightful and historic nobles of the Galactic Empire, we must deliver divine punishment to the current Empress, who has disrespected the nobility and favored the resource class. We will reclaim the throne for its rightful heirs, the true nobility." Revoltos Barlington was clearly elated. Despite his modest and unremarkable territory, this revolution promised him a promotion and central lands if it succeeded. More importantly, he was absolutely certain of its success, and above all, "We have a powerful ally." As he spoke, a hologram was projected. The figure was Altist Benil Oals, the Duke and uncle of the previous emperor, as well as the great-uncle of the current one. "Gentlemen, Thank you for gathering. I understand that you are dissatisfied with the current Empress, my niece's daughter, Amelia Flanodor of Oals, and are concerned about the state of the Empire. I welcome you." The Duke's words roused the nobles, including Barrington, to cheers. He continued, "Imperial and colonial citizens are meant to work diligently, respect their betters, and gladly offer their wealth as tribute. Yet, this is no longer the case. I believe this is solely due to the Empress's repeated failures, and I have no hesitation in eliminating the cause, and what it has wrought." As the Duke raised his hand, 6 Central Fleet suppression units, numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10, appeared behind the revolutionary fleet. The nobles erupted in cheers. With the Duke's support and such a formidable force, the revolution was surely a success. However, the Duke's next words froze their jubilation in an instant. "Therefore, we will annihilate you. The cause of this." At that moment, danger alarms blared across every ship in the revolutionary fleet. Mob number 89. Well, that saves us the trouble of one trial. Now, what will the rest of you do? From our perspective, it's preferable if we can avoid the hassle of a trial. Side, third-person perspective, continued. At the Duke's words, Count Revoltos Barlington's face twisted in shock and disbelief. Marquis Vastog had said, "We have His Grace the Duke on our side, so our reforms are certain to succeed." So why was the Duke now staring at him with such cold, detached gaze? "Your Grace, what do you mean by this? You were our supporter." "No, our leader," the Duke calmly responded to the words that had slipped out in the heat of the moment. "I listened to your leader, Marquis Fieldel Vastog, and indeed, I agreed that the situation was dire. However, that was because there were far too many of you holding ideologies that hinder the nation's progress and taking actions that weaken its strength. I never intended to become your leader, nor did I give you any orders. Yet, you rallied your forces and came this far, driven by Marquis Vastog's words, all to depose the current Empress and seize even greater power for yourselves." At the Duke's response, Barrington could only tremble, unable to react. Then, a young nobleman in his late 20s who shared Barrington's ideals, Count Scud, bravely attempted to argue with the Duke, "But we can no longer maintain a noble lifestyle. The taxes from our subjects decrease month by month, and now some of them are even fleeing our lands behind our backs. Didn't your Grace just say, it is only natural that the citizens and colonists of the Empire work diligently, respect their superiors, and gladly offer their wealth? Are you now denying your own words?" Count Scud wore a triumphant expression as he stared at the Duke. However, the response came from someone else. "You insolent brat who can't even understand the meaning of Duke Oval's words." The figure who appeared in the hologram was Marshal Thurrock Mouston, the commander of the Planetary Defense Fleet, with a stern face and a thick beard. "It is only natural that the citizens and subjects work diligently, respect their rulers, and pay their taxes properly. This means that if the rulers ensure the citizens and subjects live in prosperity and safety, they will naturally be respected. But you've done nothing to enrich the lives of your subjects. Instead, you've drained the wealth of their lands to indulge in luxury and casually killed them over trivial matters or personal whims. Who would respect such lords? You're nothing but pests." "Blood-sucking mosquitoes," Marshal Mouston roared with a furious expression, berating Count Scud and the rebels. Then, the Duke, with a calm expression in stark contrast to Mouston, intervened. "Thurrock, that's an impolite remark. Mosquitoes primarily feed on flower nectar and fruit juice. Only female mosquitoes suck blood before laying eggs. Besides, thanks to them, some dangerous creatures are kept in check, and there are creatures that feed on mosquitoes. They play a role in maintaining the balance of the food chain and nature. Unlike those here, who fail to fulfill even their given roles and do nothing but suck the wealth others have built through sweat and toil." "Ah, I see. It seems I've been rude to the mosquitoes. I'll have to apologize to them later." The Duke's words were a gentle admonishment to his longtime friend Mouston for his impolite metaphor about mosquitoes. Then, the Duke continued, "However, among those who have come this far today, there are undoubtedly those who came against their will. unable to defy their higher-ranking nobles. To those, I say this: surrender now. Raise your surrender flags and bring all ships under your command to a complete halt. If you do, I promise leniency. At this moment, you have no obligation to obey the orders of those who have exploited you and forced you into unwanted actions. Prove that you are not beneath even mosquitoes. At the Duke's words, about 60% of the rebel forces raised their surrender flags and brought all their ships to a halt. It seems quite a number of them were unwilling participants in this affair. The Duke stroked his chin, seemingly satisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, Count Barrington, shocked by the fact that their lower-ranked noble subordinates had betrayed them, collapsed to his knees. In contrast, one person's anger was palpable. Leave the traitors who lack even a shred of loyalty and the cowards who cower in fear. In this state, they'll serve as shields, and there's nothing ahead of us. We'll advance and bombard the capital planet, Hein. It was the young nobleman, Count Scud, with a fearless smile. He ordered his troops to advance. As his fleet began to move forward and the ship's turrets adjusted their aim, a series of small explosions erupted on Count Scud's flagship. Finally, a massive explosion occurred on the bridge, and the young Count Scud vanished from the displays of the other ships, accompanied by screams. Amid the chaos, no one in the rebel forces noticed the red and blue fighter craft departing from the ship, now reduced to massive space debris. Well, that saves us the trouble of one trial. Now, what will the rest of you do? From our perspective, it's preferable if we can avoid the hassle of a trial. The Duke spoke nonchalantly, as if asking for a refill of tea, and awaited a response from the nobles who had sought to restore the Empress throne to the hands of the rightful nobility. We surrender. Led by Count Barrington, who remained on his knees, the rebel forces meekly surrendered. Section. About an hour after the battle began. Honestly, the rebels' morale wasn't particularly high, perhaps because they mistook their status for actual ability and were too busy eyeing others' achievements to mount a strong offensive. Additionally, some units seemed to be waiting for something. Still, we were clearly gaining the upper hand, and as long as we maintained the front lines, we wouldn't lose. But that didn't mean we could afford to let our guard down, so we had to stay sharp. Major General Earlyhinge seemed to understand this well, issuing orders to the troops and mercenaries to remain vigilant. In light novels, something dramatic would always happen at times like these, but in reality, such things rarely occur. Still, at that moment, I couldn't help but recall the proverb, good fortune rarely comes unaccompanied by misfortune. Whether it was because of that or not, the danger alarm I had set to sound if there was any movement near the unmarked satellite-like mobile fortress located about 1.8 billion kilometers from planet Gatahaga began to blare. Mob number 90, those cowards from the Neck-Earlma Star Kingdom. Ignoring the agreement, and that fool Barlington, what's with his leave it to me nonsense? Before I could relay the danger signal alert to Major General Earlyhinge, a mass communication from the rebels came through on an open channel. Ha ha ha. Finally, our reinforcements have arrived. They've seized the mobile fortress under construction and are launching it as our spear. The expression of Marquis Fidel Vastog, who appeared on the screen, was bright and triumphant, mocking us with absolute confidence in victory. Could it be that the Major General had overlooked this? No, even the Major General isn't immune to the unexpected in the heat of battle. He must have missed it. Is this bad? Just as I braced myself for the worst, something came from the direction of the mobile fortress, but strangely, while Vastog had been talking about the mobile fortress, what arrived seemed more like a caravan fleet. The gleeful Marquis didn't seem to notice this. Then, from the direction of the mobile fortress, a rain of beams poured down from the caravan fleet straight at the rebels. What? Why are our allies attacking us? Marquis Vastog's composed expression from moments ago was replaced with panic and shock. Then, Commodore Thorncheed, commander of the 7th Fleet, appeared on the screen. I'm sorry, Marquis Vastog. The reinforcements you were expecting were reportedly in the process of retreating when my unit's detachment went to investigate. They probably got cold feet seeing how your forces were struggling. Of course, we couldn't let them escape, so we annihilated them. Oh, and one more thing. The covert assault force you are secretly advancing toward the capital planet Hine has been completely destroyed by His Grace Duke of Oals. At Commodore Thorncheed's report, our allies were invigorated, while the enemy began to lose morale. Those cowards from the Neck-Earlmer Star Kingdom ignoring the agreement. And that fool Barlinton, what's with his leave-it-to-me nonsense? In his rage, Marquis Vastog carelessly revealed his connection to the Neck-Earlmer Star Kingdom. While the higher-ups were exchanging words, I was stunned by what I saw. Among the beams raining down from the caravan fleet was a massive crimson beam. While the other beams only caused minor explosions on the battleship's armor, this crimson beam effortlessly pierced through the ships, sinking them one after another. And when I saw the machine that fired that beam, I was even more shocked. But it also made sense. Isn't that Gilda? I remember she said she'd meet with Rossis. What happened after that? As it turns out, during this operation, while the King-class units were naturally assigned, promising mercenaries like Lambert and Rossis, as well as Arthur and Misra, were apparently assigned to the Empress's Guard unit. Admiral Eric Rundiver, the commander of the Royal Guard, knows Rossis and is aware of her combat record. Regardless of whether she's an ancient weapon or not, it's only natural he'd want to make use of her. From then on, it was a nightmare for the rebels. The massive crimson beam fired by Gilda sank dozens of enemy ships, and those who lost their will to fight quickly surrendered. The battle was over in less than 2 hours after Gilda joined the fray. After that, the mercenaries and the military worked together to round up the prisoners. By the way, Marquis Vastog, the ringleader, tried to escape disguised as a soldier with his aides, but they were captured by soldiers who were supposed to be on his side. Once all the rebels were captured, we mercenaries were granted 12 hours of rest and resupply at the colony, while the military personnel were tasked with escorting the prisoners to the capital. Serving the palace must be tough. Good work. At the colony, the victory was celebrated with wild abandon. After refueling and checking my machine, I bought some food and drink, took a bath, and then decided to sleep on my ship. But just as I was about to sleep after eating, I received a communication from Rossis. Hello. It's been a while, Captain Uzos. Do you have a moment? The hologram of Rossis showed her looking somewhat tired. Could this be about Gilda? So it was you who told Gilda about me. Upon hearing my reply, Rossis let out a deep sigh. Come to think of it, I hadn't introduced myself to Gilda. Was that a bad move? No. She's a machine that's quite fond of me, so I was happy to see her after so long. I wondered why she sighed if she was happy, but I decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. By the way, Gilda was amazing. Can you use that massive crimson beam too, Rossis? I've never seen you use it. The crimson one. The prominence arrow. I'm not equipped with that. I see. Gilda is, in terms of purpose, an interceptor fighter designed to engage enemy machines attacking a base. I'm a reconnaissance and electronic warfare machine, so I'm slightly faster, but I can't hold a candle to Gilda's firepower. We have different roles depending on our design, and our sizes differ too. Anti-fighter, anti-ship, anti-fortress, transport, supply, repair. There are even planetary assault weapons. By the way, that crimson beam, the prominence arrow, is an anti-fighter weapon. I was speechless at Rossis's reply. I had guessed from Rossis's name, WVS-09, that she might have sisters, and since Gilda's main body was larger than Rossis's, I assumed the difference in armament meant their sizes varied, but their basic specs were probably similar. But Rossis is a reconnaissance and electronic warfare machine, while Gilda is an interceptor fighter. So, Rossis is already invincible in this era as a reconnaissance and electronic warfare machine. What would happen if Gilda, a machine optimized for combat, were to fight? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Then I realized something and asked a question. Rossis, if you're an electronic warfare machine, why don't you use that? It seems like you could do something incredible. Yes, if she's an ancient electronic warfare machine, she should be able to easily take control of enemy ships. Well, if I wanted to, I could hack and control every ship on this battlefield, friend or foe. But is it necessary? Even with just me, A reconnaissance and electronic warfare machine. It would take time, but I could annihilate them without a scratch. Gilda was just firing randomly earlier, making sure not to hit us with the prominence arrow. But Ross's reply had a tone of, "Why are you even asking that?" Just how insane was the era in which Rossis and her kind were created? I truly respect Lambert for partnering so well with Rossis and not harboring any strange ambitions. Truly. The protagonist. But more importantly, listen to this. I thought military personnel were disciplined, but they keep saying things like become my subordinate, become my lover, become my mistress, over and over. And not just during breaks, but even during combat. I mean, we're guarding the Empress, so we're not moving much, but still. Was Lambert okay? He turned them down dozens of times, but eventually, the female soldiers started targeting him directly, and he got so exhausted that he collapsed and fell asleep as soon as the military left. That's rough. Lambert is quite handsome, so I guess he's a prime target. And then that cunning woman showed up. At that moment, I realized this is going to be a long one. But even if I cut the communication here, she'd just force it back on. There's no escaping this. Mob number 91, welcome. Oh, it's you. Looks like you didn't run into the enemy fleet of that shady chancellor from the neighboring country. Gilda was happy that Rossis had found a partner in Lambert. She even declared that she would find one for herself. And she actually did, bringing them to this battlefield. Lambert had grown a lot too. He no longer fainted and had become significantly stronger in combat. She also mentioned that the reason Rossis didn't have her own avatar was simply due to budget constraints. Aside from the complaints, most of what Rossis said was actually useful. But thanks to that, I lost 4 hours of sleep. Refueling and maintenance of my machine, along with taking a bath and shopping for food, took another 2 hours, leaving me with only 6 hours to rest. Still, that was better than not sleeping at all, so as soon as Rossis ended the call, I immediately went to sleep. By the time I woke up, it was almost time to leave the colony. Since moving around right after waking up is risky, and I wanted to avoid the usual crowds, I waited until everyone else had left before finally departing last. From there, I started my journey back to its. Because of the gate system, the return trip took more than twice as long as the way there. I spent a full 2 days traveling, finally arriving at the Mercenary Guild on planet It's in the afternoon of the 3rd day. I wanted to go straight home, but I had to pay back Old Man Rones, so I headed to the guild's reception counter. Inside the guild lobby, Lambert from Feathered Helmet and Arthur, who had just been promoted to knight rank due to this mission, were being celebrated by the entire guild. Even though they were mercenaries, they had fought hard while guarding the Empress, earning them great recognition. Of course, they weren't the only ones who performed well. Rossis, Misra, the Mishasa, the Panthers, and many others also played important roles. But this time, the spotlight was on Lambert and Arthur. Avoiding the commotion, I made my way to Old Man Roan's counter. "I'm back. Glad you didn't run off without paying your debt." We exchanged smiles and bumped fists. "Your payment is already processed. Every mercenary gets a flat 5 million credits. That's fast and generous." I expected them to be stingy and make us fight for it. Previously, during the terrorist suppression on planet Dura, Count Ikarai had paid quickly, but considering how many corrupt nobles were in the military and government, I had fully expected them to haggle over the price or delay payments. It's all thanks to Her Majesty's decision. That's a relief. Even if it was just a political move to boost her popularity, this kind of consideration was exactly why the current Empress had such high approval ratings. Thinking about that, I took 300,000 credits in cash and the rest in digital data money. From the cash, I handed 100,000 credits to Old Man Rones. "Here, that's for the map, much appreciated. Now I can buy my daughter that sportswear she wanted." He stashed the cash into his pocket with a pleased look. "So, did the map help?" he asked me. "It was useful, but I didn't end up needing it." Well, sorry you wasted your money." He said that, but he didn't look sorry at all. If anything, he seemed happy. Looking back toward the crowd, he casually added, "Oh, right." Lambert, Arthur, and Miss Shat have been invited to an appreciation banquet hosted by Her Majesty. Though it'll probably be held much later. That sounds like a hassle. That was definitely the kind of news that would make Rosis and Miss Sra furious. So, what's your plan now? I'd love to go home and sleep right away, but I have one more stop to make. After that, I'll take a break for a while. After finishing my business with Old Man Rones, I ignored the noisy guild and left. First, I went to the bank and transferred a third of my earnings, 1.7 million credits, to my parents. Technically, it was supposed to be 1,666,666 credits, but I rounded it up to 1.7 million to keep it simple. The city was filled with cheers. With the rebel army defeated, martial law had been lifted, and the corrupt nobles were being arrested in droves. Displays and posters praising the Empress were everywhere. Even the black market shopping district was no exception, though their slogans were a bit eccentric. Praise the Holy Empress who holds the deep sea's treasures. To the blood-stained princess who upholds justice, we offer our bloodline. And so on. Even the local butcher was running a special event called a feast to commemorate the judgment of fools and was selling two types of meat. 1. Descendant of the winged dragon that crawled on the earth, fallen into oil and mud, captured at the source of the Great Sea. 2. Descendant of the winged dragon that crawled on the earth, fallen into oil and mud, drowned in the tears of the ever-changing ones. Both were being sold for 50 credits per 200 grams. The fresh batch had just come out, so I couldn't resist buying 400 grams of the first type. Other stores were having their own sales. Delis were offering mandragora salad and tender braised orc meat, while greengrocers advertised jack-o'-lantern specials and 20% off golden apples and flat peaches. Even the liquor stores had signs reading fresh nectar wine just arrived. Enjoying the bustling atmosphere, I made my way to Patterson's pharmacy. Inside, everything was as usual. Gonzalez was reading a newspaper. "Hey," I stepped in casually. "Welcome." "Oh, it's you. Looks like you didn't run into the enemy fleet of that shady chancellor from the neighboring country." Apparently, they were there, but when they saw the demon god, they turned tail and ran. I grabbed the chair and sat across the counter. Thanks to that, I didn't die. We also probably owe that to the 11th Fleet, too. We exchanged our usual banter. "So, what do you need?" "The usual candy." "Oh, and I wanted to thank you for the map, even though I didn't use it." "I see." As he lined up the candy on the counter, he added, "If you're thanking me, you should bring a gift." So, I placed my recently purchased Descendant of the Winged Dragon that crawled on the earth, fallen into oil and mud, captured at the source of the Great Sea on the counter. "That's from Arrow 1 Monster Meat Shop, isn't it?" "Yeah." It was fresh out of the fryer, so I couldn't resist. Gonzalez took 2 bottles of soda from the fridge and handed one to me. I opened the container labeled Descendant of the Winged Dragon that crawled on the earth, fallen into oil and mud, captured at the source of the Great Sea. Of course, it was still warm, and steam was rising from it. We both opened our sodas and silently toasted. Since they were plastic bottles, they didn't make a good sound. By the way, 3 months after this day, the following sentences were handed down to those who participated in the rebellion. Civilians who were forcibly conscripted would face a fine of 12 million credits or up to 2 years in prison. Civilians who volunteered for the uprising would face a minimum of 5 years in prison, with additional penalties on an individual basis. Nobles forced to participate in the uprising would face a fine of 5,400,000,000 credits or up to 5 years in prison. Nobles who voluntarily participated in the uprising would have their titles stripped, their lands confiscated, and face a minimum of 10 years in prison, with the possibility of the death penalty. The ringleaders who instigated the uprising would have their titles stripped and lands confiscated, followed by public execution. Some nobles wished to appeal or challenge the sentences, but their requests were denied. Mob number 92. I'm not taking on any jobs for a while, so it's all good. You might think it's strange for a mercenary to say this, but combat and extermination missions are exhausting. You feel the same way, don't you? The day I returned to Planet It's. After having a small celebration with Gonzalez, I went straight home. Work is always tiring, but especially so when it involves combat, noble disputes, dealing with foreign forces, or suppressing rebels. Naturally, I fell asleep as soon as I got home. When I woke up the next morning, it was already 10 a.m. I decided to have lunch out and started by tackling the laundry. Though, all I had to do was separate the colors and toss them into the fully automatic washer-dryer. The latest models can fold the clothes for you, but they're expensive, so I gave up on that idea. While the laundry was going, I cleaned my room, just vacuuming up the dust and wiping things down with a damp cloth, then drying them off. Once the laundry was done, I folded it and stuffed it into the closet. After that, I changed and headed out for lunch. I usually stick to fast food or cheap diners, no fancy restaurants for me. Plus, I plan to take it easy for the next 5 or 6 days, so I also went grocery shopping. The first day went smoothly with lunch and shopping done without a hitch. From the second day onward, I spend my nights and mornings immersed in anime, games, light novels, and the internet. I hunted for materials and climbed the rankings in Creature Hunter Brace, Starbreaker, binge-watched the 4th season of Somewhere Mystic Summoner Ring, and finally read the novelization of Maiden War Chronicles that had been sitting on my shelf. It was a fulfilling few days. On the morning of the 5th day, it was the release day for the new volume of Assassin X Family. I had gone to bed before midnight the night before, so I woke up at 5:30 a.m. I could have gone back to sleep until the bookstore or anime member opened, but I felt sticky and wanted to soak in a spacious bath for once. So, I got ready and headed to a 24-hour spa. This massive spa, Relaxation Healthland, had everything: baths, a spa, restaurants, various entertainment facilities, and even lodging. It's impressive that it's open 24 hours. I packed a large bag with a change of clothes and a towel, and a separate backpack for the new book, then headed to Relaxation Healthland. The main hall, which could be called the entrance, was spacious with a high ceiling, giving it an open and airy feel. The interior was bright and clean, and since it was early in the morning, there were mostly elderly people around, though I spotted a few families here and there. I bought a spa ticket and took it to the counter. The tickets were made of special paper, and the design changed monthly, apparently attracting collectors. After checking the ticket at the counter, I received a key for a shoe locker, stored my shoes, and finally entered the changing room. I put my belongings and clothes in a numbered locker, locked it, and entered the bath area with just a towel. I rinsed off and then soaked in the large bath. I have a bath at home, and the ship's shower is refreshing, but this sense of openness is something else. As I was enjoying this blissful moment, "Hey, isn't that you, kid?" I heard a familiar voice. "It's you. You look rough, though. Are you okay?" "Had a bit too much to drink last night. I'm hungover." "Came here to sweat it out." "You can't sweat out alcohol in a bath." It was Bernard Zag, a former police officer and fellow mercenary, older than me. Despite his age, he looked fairly fit. This feels good. A beer after a bath would hit the spot." "Huh? Didn't you drink too much last night?" "I'm not taking on any jobs for a while, so it's fine." You might think it's strange for a mercenary to say this, but combat and extermination missions are exhausting. You feel the same way, don't you? Yeah. Escort and security jobs pay less, but they're easier on the nerves, unless you're desperate for money, a battle junkie, or someone who treats the battlefield like a game. Most mercenaries take a few days off after combat or extermination jobs. Standing on the battlefield is just that draining. Pirates are going to be on the rise for a while. Yeah, the children and heirs of the rebels are falling from grace. It's better than a full-blown war, though. So, what are you up to after this? I'm heading to a place that serves drinks in the morning. I've got some shopping to do. I'll probably have breakfast here first. That was the end of our conversation. I don't talk much with Bernard, but this kind of relationship works for us. After soaking in silence for about 5 minutes, I said, "Well, I'll be going now." "All right. See you at work." With a quick goodbye, I left the bath. After getting out, I headed to the lobby to have breakfast at the restaurant. On the way, I spotted a familiar figure arguing with a female staff member. "Please, can you at least wear it properly? It's too tight like this." She was tall, around 180 centimeters, with sharp, dark eyes and black hair that reached her back. I only knew one woman like that, Miss Gilda. "What are you doing here?" Talking to such a beauty was risky for me, but I had something I wanted to ask, so I called out to her. But I immediately turned away after that. This massive spa, relaxation healthland, offered a free rental service for yukata, traditional Japanese robes. Wearing one allowed you to move freely throughout the facility. The design was cute and popular among women, but it had one troublesome feature. It was very easy to come undone. Gilda was wearing the yukata, but the front was barely covering her chest, the waist was barely held together by the belt, and her left leg was exposed almost up to the thigh. She looked like a fanservice character straight out of a manga. "You're the one from my hangar. Thanks to the map you gave me, I was able to contact my sister. I owe you one." Gilda spoke to me without a care for her state, but every time she moved, it felt like something was about to be revealed, and I couldn't handle it. The men around us, fathers and grandfathers, were cheering, while the women were either pinching or hitting their husbands, whispering disapprovingly, or clicking their tongues in annoyance. The female staff member was flustered, trying to fix Gilda's yukata. "She's a good person." Once the staff member managed to fix the yukata and gave Gilda a light scolding before leaving, I spoke to her again. "Why are you here?" "My avatar is a cellular body. To keep it clean, bathing and consuming organic matter are essential. Though, it doesn't produce waste." I wanted to ask why she was on planet It's, but she answered why she was at the spa. "So, you were with the military during the war. Was there a reason for that?" I decided to ask directly. "Actually, like my sister, I've found a partner. Through their connections, I've been cooperating temporarily. Nominally, I was part of a special unit. Though I only go when I feel like it," she answered surprisingly straightforwardly. "Like Rosis, for these ancient weapons with their own will, human intentions probably don't matter much." Just as I was about to ask who her partner was, "By the way, have you consumed organic matter yet?" she asked. "Organic matter? Oh, breakfast? No. I'm about to." "Then come with me." "My partner says it's better to consume organic matter in a group." "Is this one of those food tastes better when shared things?" I didn't want to risk making her unhappy, so I obediently followed. The restaurant offered a buffet-style breakfast. I signed up, got a table, and grabbed some coffee, toast, butter, ham and eggs, salad, and milk. As for Gilda, "You've got a good balance of organic nutrients." Balancing nutrients is important when consuming organic matter. She came back with an impressive selection. Carbs, aka sugars. A whole loaf of sliced bread, protein. 20 slices of sauceless roast beef. Fats. 10 pats of butter, 5 grams each. Vitamins. A mountain of undressed salad and cut fruit. Minerals, aka inorganic matter. 2 medium jugs of milk. My partner complains about this, says the nutrient balance is perfect, but I wanted to comment on the quantity and the lack of flavor, but I sensed a mix of pride and dissatisfaction in her expression. Indeed, the nutrient balance seems perfect. So I just agreed for the time being. Certainly, Rosis had ordered something sweet, so I felt that the sisters must have different tastes. During the meal, when I asked who her partner was, I was told not to say due to the conditions of the contract. Was all I got in response, leaving me with no foothold to continue the conversation. After that, the conversation didn't flow, and the breakfast became a quiet affair. After finishing my bath and having breakfast with Gilda at the restaurant inside the facility, we headed to the main street of Block 65 in the bustling district where Anime Member was located. This block was lined with stylish cafes, trendy bookstores, chic eateries, boutiques, cosmetic shops, and jewelry stores, and the flow of people was quite diverse. After weaving through the crowd and arriving at the bookstore inside the Anime Member building, I first picked up the latest volume of Assassin Times Family. I also bought the new volumes of Miss Corinna is Bad at Speaking and The Escape Master Princess, which I had forgotten to purchase earlier. After that, I started browsing aimlessly. Then, for some reason, I felt someone's gaze on me. When I looked around to find the source, I quickly spotted it. Two high school-aged girls were glaring at me. Honestly, I didn't recognize them, and I had no memory of doing anything rude to them. Perhaps they were new mercenaries who had been fed all sorts of nonsense by the protagonist-type people. Those annoying types. If that was the case, I definitely shouldn't get involved. If I wasn't careful, just making eye contact could land me in trouble as a criminal. So I quickly finished my purchase and left the store. Fortunately, they didn't follow me any further. Just as I thought I had escaped the gaze of those two girls, I ended up running into someone even more troublesome. "I've been looking for you." Dumo. It was Fuel Shat, also known as the Leopardess. "Got a moment?" "There's something I want to ask you. Make it quick, please." "I'm afraid not." "The matter is important, so I'll need some time." Shat approached me with a serious expression. I knew she wasn't a bad person, but she was someone I couldn't quite get along with. I glanced at the android maid, Sherry, for help, but the response I got was, "Give up." Realizing there was no escape, "All right," I replied, immediately regretting it. "Then let's go to my usual spot. It's almost lunchtime anyway." I thought we'd talk at a nearby cafe, but I ended up being whisked away in the ridiculously expensive limousine owned by the Shat family. The place I was taken to was a top-tier restaurant in the Empire called Deer's Meal, a place Shat had frequented since she was a child. It had its main branch in the imperial capital and branches only in the Empire's major cities and the former capitals of its colonies. What's more, we didn't enter through the regular entrance but arrived on the rooftop by air car, a VIP entrance method to have such an incredible place as her usual spot. What else could you expect from a bishop class, ultra-rich young lady? Even though such places usually have a strict dress code, perhaps because I was with Shat, I wasn't stopped despite my casual attire. When we were shown to a private room, the tension only increased. Even when the waiter handed me the menu, I couldn't understand the names of the dishes, not because I couldn't read the words, but because I had no idea what such and such style or such and such preparation meant. Moreover, I panicked when I saw the prices. Then, with Usama's earnings, a place like this shouldn't be a problem, right? Maid Sherry said something outrageous. That's a joke, right? The threshold is way too high, and my wallet is in trouble. I don't want anyone to think that a commoner like me can just waltz into an ultra-luxurious restaurant that clearly selects its clientele. Sherry, too, is clearly tailored for the upper class. Then I'll leave the dishes to you." Shat, being used to this, smoothly placed the order. After the order was done and it was just me, Shat, and Sherry left. "So what did you want to talk about?" I asked, hoping to get out of there as quickly as possible. Then Shat's expression turned serious. "You saw that ship that fired the red beam directly, right?" She was asking about Gilda, who had appeared as part of the 7th Fleet's detachment that day. From a distance, yes. "What was your impression of it?" "Impression, you say?" I couldn't exactly say. It's the strongest ship in the universe. Could I? It had incredible firepower, I guess. If you want to know more, why not ask the 7th Fleet directly? Well, in reality, Gilda herself wasn't officially part of the military but had only cooperated temporarily. I didn't expect to hear that from Gilda herself, though. Since I was struggling to respond, I shifted the responsibility to the 7th Fleet, which Gilda had been under at the time. Given Commodore Thornsheed's personality and abilities, I thought he'd be a suitable partner for Gilda. They won't tell me because it's classified military information, but the 7th Fleet, being what it is, waved the classified military information card. Then there's nothing we can do. At this point, there really was nothing to be done, so I had to give up. "But why are you so curious about it?" I didn't think Shat would go so far as to want Gilda for herself, but maybe she was trying to use her power to force something. That's probably impossible. Commodore Thornsheed isn't Count, so he wouldn't just hand over a secret weapon. Besides, Gilda herself might kill me for even suggesting it. Moreover, Gilda already has a partner, and I don't know what kind of person she chose. Since she seemed like a military type, maybe she gets along well with military people. I don't know which manufacturer built that ship. If I could find out, maybe I could purchase it or have my father's company research it. So she definitely wants it, huh? Well, it's an incredible ship, so I can understand the feeling. Anyway, I thought the conversation was over, so I could just leave, but that wasn't the case. The food was about to arrive, and I didn't have enough money to pay for it, nor did we have much in common to talk about. For me, who wanted to finish the meal as quickly as possible, the fact that Fiorka had ordered the course meal was nothing short of a nightmare. However, Shat seemed lost in thought, so the lack of conversation was a small blessing. The food was probably delicious, but I wasn't used to it, so I couldn't really tell. Of course, Shat paid the bill. The cost of the meal for two could buy a decent used air car, so there was no way I could afford it. Section sighed, Rubina laid. That day, I had come to Planet It's with my sister. The reason was that I had reserved a figure of my favorite character, Onizuka Ura, from the social simulation game Honors Ambition, at a store, and I was there to pick it up. As soon as we arrived on it, we headed to the designated anime member store, and I was able to get my hands on the figure of Onizuka Ura, my favorite character from Honors Ambition. I was in the best mood after getting the figure, but then that guy appeared in our line of sight. He was the pilot of the dusty battlecraft that had shot us down before. As my sister Elisa had said, once we saw the exchange images, it was immediately clear who it was. And when I found out it was a chubby otaku, I was filled with intense anger. Why couldn't it be a cool, handsome guy, a dandy older man, or a cute cross-dresser instead of some chubby otaku? I wanted to hunt him down and kill him right away, but I had work from the Duke, so I couldn't. Running into him here like this, I must be lucky. I immediately reached for my gun to kill him. No, sis, didn't the Duke tell you not to cause trouble? But my sister Elisa grabbed my hand to stop me. But, don't you feel frustrated too? Weren't we supposed to hone our skills to win next time? But I didn't expect it to be such a gross otaku. I couldn't accept that the strong enemy who had defeated us so easily was someone like that. But the strength he showed in defeating us was real. That much was certain. That's just your own bias, sis. I'll say it again. If you commit murder here, it'll cause trouble for the Duke. Besides, maybe he'll turn out to be handsome if he loses weight. No way someone like that could become handsome. Elisa tried to reason with me while staring at the guy. During our exchange, he noticed us and quickly left the anime member store in a fluster. He probably didn't recognize our faces, so he might have thought we were suspicious. But normally, it's him who should look suspicious. Well, I'll let him off this time. I'll just defeat him in a duel next time. More importantly, are you done with your shopping? Well, putting that gross otaku aside, since we had been split up earlier, I asked Elisa if she had accomplished her goal. Yes. All done. Elisa was holding two large paper bags with a big smile on her face. I've never seen what she buys, but I've seen her occasionally engrossed in reading with a scary smirk on her face. Not too long ago, she was muttering something like, "The Titan Trooper's Len is so bad at attacking times Ami's seduction is godly." What on earth did she buy this time? Maybe I'll sneak a peek at it next time. Mob number 93, with this, you are now free. Return to your lovers and families. It's been 6 days since I returned to it. I enjoyed a 5-day vacation, so it's about time I get back to work. But before that, there are things I need to take care of. Cleaning the room, doing the laundry, packing clothes, towels, and hygiene products into a trunk for the ship, sorting out the accumulated trash and taking it to the apartment's garbage disposal area, and making sure to use up all the leftover ingredients for lunch. If there's any food left, I'll package it so I can take it on the ship. These are the usual preparations I make when I'll be away for a long time. Today's lunch was a ham, cucumber, and lettuce sandwich, instant corn soup, a 3-egg omelette with potatoes, carrots, and onions, and the leftover chilled dumplings and curry roux without rice. Since I often eat out or rely on instant meals and retort pouches during work, I try to cook at home as much as possible. After lunch, I'll head to the guild with my trunk. This time, I didn't borrow the bike available for rent at the apartment but opted for public transportation like buses, taxis, or trains. Today, I took a taxi. Once I arrived at the guild, the first thing I did was load the trunk onto the ship, check the fuel, inspect the food supplies, refill the water, and dispose of the wastewater. Of course, water is used for drinking, showers, washing hands, doing dishes, and flushing the toilet. The water used for washing dishes and flushing the toilet goes straight into the wastewater tank, while the rest is purified through the ship's recycling system and reused for the same purposes. The dock has a direct pipeline to the wastewater treatment facility, where the wastewater from ships is disposed of, and the wastewater tanks are cleaned. There's also a water supply station for refilling the water tanks. Normally, I should have done this right after returning, but I prioritized resting and decided to handle it before departure. After finishing these tasks, I headed to the counter lobby, where the number of people had noticeably increased. Hey, long time no see. Yo, how was your vacation? I finally got to enjoy plenty of internet, games, and anime. As usual, I sat down next to old man Rones and started chatting about nothing in particular while browsing the job list. I also checked the bulletin board, but the list here has more detailed information and includes jobs that aren't posted on the board, so I've been using it more recently. I don't really get that stuff, but if it helped you relax, that's good. By the way, did you see the public verdict? Yeah, I did. That was shocking. It was an emergency broadcast on the third day of my vacation. It was a direct verdict from Her Majesty the Empress regarding those who were forcibly involved in the recent rebellion. The content of the public verdict went something like this. The screen showed the 38th Empress of the Galactic Empire, Amelia Flanodor of Oals, with the caption "Public Verdict Against the Rebels" at the bottom. After the Imperial Anthem played, the Empress began his public verdict. I am Amelia Flanodor of Oals, the 38th Emperor of the Galactic Empire. Here before me are some of the fools who dared to raise arms against me. Among them, the commoners who foolishly raised arms against me would, under the old norms of the Galactic Empire, deserve the death penalty. However, the commoners here today did not act of their own will. Therefore, I shall reduce their punishment to a fine of 12 million credits or a maximum of 2 years in prison. As for the nobles who were forced to join the uprising by their higher-ranking peers, they shall be fined 540 million credits or sentenced to a maximum of 5 years of hard labor. There have been voices of concern from my subordinates regarding the harshness of these punishments for those who were forcibly recruited, but raising arms against me, against the Empire, is a grave crime, and I shall carry out these punishments to make this widely understood. Take this to heart. As the Empress spoke with a stern expression, everyone present who had joined the rebellion against their will wore looks of despair and hung their heads. Then the Empress spoke again. However, this time, the mass elimination of the fools who infested the Empire has solidified my rule. Therefore, I grant amnesty and release to all commoners and nobles who were forcibly involved in this rebellion. This is my imperial decree. At these words, life returned to the faces of those who had joined the rebellion against their will. In short, the punishment was carried out, but they were immediately released due to amnesty. It was a bit forced, without a trial, but when it's an imperial decree from the absolute monarch, there's no choice but to comply. This shows that while the current Empress respects the Empire's past traditions, she's also different from previous emperors. If this had happened during the reign of the 35th Emperor, Richard Ernest of Oals, the father of Duke of Oals, anyone who raised arms against him would have been executed along with their entire family, regardless of the reason. And Duke of Oals himself, a living witness, has spoken about this in interviews, so there's no doubt, this was probably scripted by someone, like the Empress's great-uncle standing by the podium. With this, you are now free, return to your lovers and families. The screen erupted with cheers and cries of joy. This was the content of the public verdict that took place 3 days ago. The Empress's approval rating must have gone up even more after that. Yeah, the anti-Empress faction who didn't join the rebellion must be grinding their teeth. I think there are quite a few in the anti-Empress faction who didn't join the rebellion. Some probably thought it through and avoided it. But since they're nobles who prioritize their own privileges and whims, there must be those who didn't join simply because they didn't agree with the others or didn't want to be around people they disliked. Also, because some noble families divorced right before the war to escape responsibility, piracy and robbery have increased, and so has the number of new mercenaries. That's why we're seeing more of them. At the end of Old Man Roan's gaze, what? I'm the son of a count and was top in the practical spaceship combat course at the National Luthorum Academy. Why do I have to start at the lowest rank of pawn? Because in the Mercenary Guild, ranks are based on contributions, not just combat skills. Alphonse Zeistol was sternly explaining this to a young noble who seemed new. He's probably, as Roan said, the son of a noble who voluntarily joined the rebellion, and his father divorced and disowned him before heading out to ensure the family wouldn't suffer if he failed. The rebellion failed, and the father was imprisoned, stripped of his wealth and status. Now the son has to earn his own living. By the way, the actions of a noble's wife or children after losing their title can be categorized: accepting their new status as commoners and working honestly. This is the best but probably very rare. Still clinging to their noble pride but trying to work honestly. The guy at the counter is like this. At least he's trying to support himself. Unable to let go of their noble pride and unwilling to work. This is the worst type, as they often turn to piracy and robbery without hesitation. Moving in with their mother's family, friendly nobles, or friendly commoners, depending on whether they're temporarily seeking help to become Type 1 or 2, or fully leeching off others like Type 3, their evaluation changes. Deciding they can't live like this and committing suicide. This might have happened in the past, but it's unclear if it still does. For those who choose paths 1 or 2, becoming a mercenary is one option. And on the job list Roan's handed me, there were several names of former nobles who had apparently chosen path 3 and turned to piracy. I expected it to some extent, but there are a lot. They've been oppressed since the previous emperor's reign. Of course, they'd be stressed, and their way of relieving that stress is murder under the name of disrespect, robbery under the name of tribute, and abduction and confinement under the name of service. It's just terrible. The list had nearly 50 names and their crimes, even though it's only been about 8 days since the rebellion failed, and that's just the reported cases. The actual number is probably higher. I looked for reports in the Pout region, where it is located, and the Sarnica region, near the planet Tabule. There's a mercenary guild on Tabule too, but since it's my parents' hometown, I'm naturally concerned. Fortunately, there were no reports in the Sarnica region, but there were many sightings in Pout. How about this one? That's the former Countess Hochkold and her son. There are a lot of sightings near planet Negora in the Pout region. Among them, I chose a former noble turned pirate whose scale of activity seemed the least harmful. Mob number 94. Hey, our shop also offers out call services. Are you interested in using them? The planet Negora, located in the Pout region of space, is a beautiful planet that appears yellow-green when viewed from space. However, its yellow-green atmosphere is composed of extremely dense chlorine, making it impossible to breathe without a specialized suit. Without one, death is certain. Beyond this yellow-green atmosphere lies a vast expanse of silver ore, said to be virtually inexhaustible. Because of this, several mining base colonies orbit the planet, remotely operating mining droids to extract the silver. The only times a human sets foot on the planet is for droid maintenance or when some kind of trouble occurs. Long ago, it seems that criminals were punished by being forced to mine silver ore while wearing chlorine-resistant suits, which were not very effective even back then. Anyway, though not as valuable as gold, the presence of mines attracts people, and where there are people, towns form. However, since this is in space, the mining base colonies are surrounded by residential colonies, asteroid houses, mansions made from old ships, service areas, ship repair garages, and energy stations. From a distance, it looks like a graveyard for spaceships or a misshapen satellite. The reason I'm here in this mining-based town is because there have been sightings of my target, the former Countess Hochkold, her son, and their ship in this area. With so many ships, colonies, and asteroid houses gathered here, it's the perfect place to hide. In fact, it's one of the first places that comes to mind when looking for criminals in hiding. Since there's a noble registry, I know what the former Countess Hochkold and her son look like, but there's a chance they've altered their faces or even their entire bodies, so I'm not getting my hopes up. For now, I'll head to the largest colony in the area, the Entertainment District. This Entertainment District primarily caters to the miners, with its main area lined with various shops, bars, restaurants, lodgings for travelers, and adult entertainment establishments. There's also a downtown area where the people who work in the Entertainment District live, and an upscale district with luxury hotels, boutiques, spas, fine dining restaurants, a general hospital, and a police station. Why, in a mining town like this, are there lodgings for travelers and an upscale district? There are several long-distance gates in the vicinity of planet Negora, but there's no gate close to the planet itself, so it takes a considerable amount of time to get here. Even from the nearest gate, it takes about 5 days. As a result, it's customary to stop here for supplies or rest, and the same goes for nobles. Since nobles wouldn't stay in the lodgings of the main area, they created this upscale district. With these thoughts in mind, I docked my ship at the Entertainment District's landing pad, refueled, and resupplied water before heading to the main area. The main area is primarily where the miners gather, and even though the former Countess Hochkold and her son are former nobles, they've fallen from grace and are now pirates, so they're likely to be in this area. I could also check the downtown area, but it's unlikely that the Hochkold family, being pirates, would settle there. If they did, I'd need to thoroughly investigate the main area first. I showed their photos around the shopping district, bars, and restaurants, but I wasn't getting many leads. It's likely they've changed their appearance or even their bodies. If they altered their looks after committing piracy, it would make them much harder to find, and that would significantly raise the difficulty of this job. However, all I have to go on is their photos, so I'll just have to keep showing them around and asking questions. That said, I've already checked quite a few bars, so I was wondering where to go next when I was suddenly approached. "Hey, mister, I'll give you a discount. How about it?" It was a woman with long chestnut hair, wearing a revealing outfit, clearly a worker from an adult entertainment establishment. Back when I was a rookie mercenary, a retired senior who was one of the few kind ones took me to a similar place, and I had a pretty bad experience. It wasn't the senior's fault, but the establishment's, so I'm not really comfortable around these types of women. However, this time it's convenient because I'll need to approach them eventually. Maybe next time. Do you happen to know these people? What? Are you some kind of detective? Something like that. The woman stared at the photos of the former Countess Hochkold and her son that I showed her. "Oh, I've seen this guy." She pointed at the son. "Really?" I asked in surprise, and she held out her palm. Reluctantly, I placed a 1,000 credit coin in her hand. "He's been coming around the adult entertainment shops here lately. He's even been to my shop." As she tucked the coin into her cleavage, she gave me the information. "Based on this, it seems certain that he's here in the mining-based town. Do you know when he usually comes?" "He should be here soon." "Oh, look, there he is." She pointed, and sure enough, there was the son of the former Countess Hochkold, entering one of the adult entertainment shops. I can't say this isn't good luck. If I tail him when he comes out, I should be able to find his ship and his mother's location. This kind of convenient development, like something out of a story, is honestly a bit scary, but it's not bad for the job. The problem is how to keep watch without arousing suspicion. It'd be great if there was a restaurant, bar, or cafe nearby, but as far as I can see, the only places with a view of the shop are other adult entertainment establishments, back alleys, and cheap love hotels. A guy like me, Alone in a place like this would be incredibly suspicious. Next time, I'll have to bring some surveillance nano cameras. Even if I tried to keep watch from one of those cheap love hotels, going in alone would draw attention and raise suspicions. Then, the woman called out to me again. Hey, our shop also offers out call services. Are you interested in using them? In other words, she's figured out my purpose and is trying to take advantage of the situation. Well, it's better than standing out and tipping off the son of the former Countess Hochkold. So I decided to take her up on her offer. Section side, Schooner Noswile. With the recent civil war coming to an end, where those who rebelled against Her Majesty the Empress were defeated and many were spared by Her Majesty's mercy, a planet race called the Rebellion Suppression Victory Commemoration Cup has been announced. The venue chosen for this race is the planet Negora in the Pout region of space. From space, planet Negora appears as a beautiful yellow-green planet, but its atmosphere is composed of extremely dense chlorine, making survival impossible. However, its land is made of silver ore, and its silver deposits are said to be virtually inexhaustible. Mining will be halted on the day of the race, but until then, mining operations will continue as usual. The construction of pits and broadcasting facilities is planned to be just within the atmosphere, so as not to interfere with mining. As a result, the only time racers can scout the course directly with their ships is for a few hours before the race starts on race day, making it quite challenging. Of course, there are videos of the course, and drones are permitted to fly. So now, I'm inside the container ship Seed 1 of the planet racing team Crystalweed, using a drone to simulate scouting the course. It feels like I'm getting some practice runs in, but the difference between a racing ship and a drone is huge, so I can't really figure out the optimal course. With this unsatisfying feeling, I finished flying the drone. Good work. How was it? I really wish I could fly my own ship. Since drones are small, they can squeeze through tight gaps, right? It makes you think you've found a great shortcut, but if you try that in the actual ship, you'd be out in one hit. I just wish we had one day for practice. Arrow, who's also competing in this race, was equally frustrated by the inability to fly the actual course with the actual ship. While not as critical as energy veins, the silver mined here is used for jewelry and deodorizers, so stopping mining for an extended period isn't feasible. Hey, why don't we go out and take a break? While changing from my pilot suit to casual clothes in the locker room, Arrow suggested. Currently, our planet racing team Crystalweed is staying at the luxury Hotel Telpist in the upscale district of the Entertainment District Colony, which is part of the mining-based town in orbit around planet Negora. This entertainment district primarily caters to the miners, with its main area lined with various shops, bars, restaurants, lodgings for travelers, and adult entertainment establishments, making it a lively place to wander around and have fun. Since there are still a few days before the race, we got permission from our supervisor to go out and unwind. The main area was bustling, and though we were in disguise, no one seemed to notice us as we enjoyed the lively atmosphere, carried along by the waves of people. The atmosphere in places like this isn't bad, is it? Arrow walked through the bustling district, happily browsing the surrounding shops. Don't get too excited. We've been here many times before. I spoke to Arrow with exasperation. Even though it's a transportation hub, I've only passed through by ship before. This is practically my first time in the city center. While saying this, Arrow brought her lips close to my ear. We need to be careful because we don't know who might be listening. She cautioned me in a low voice. That's right. For us as planet racers, it wouldn't look good to say we've been to a place multiple times, even if it's famous as a transportation hub, when it's also one of the first places named as a hiding spot for criminals. But you know, running into someone you know in a place like this feels like destiny. Arrow restored the distance between us and began looking around restlessly. That's not likely to happen. Unless it's someone's living area or a venue for a shared hobby, we wouldn't run into anyone in such a distant place. Or so I thought, but, it's the clairvoyant guy. Listen, jokes like that, it really is him. Look, he's going into that hotel with his arm linked with a woman. What? At first I thought Arrow was joking, but when I looked in the direction she pointed, I witnessed John Usos entering that kind of hotel with his arm linked with a beautiful woman. Well, he is a man after all. That's probably a professional lady. Arrow nodded repeatedly, wearing a strangely impressed expression. As for me, I was somehow feeling annoyed. I wonder, am I less attractive than that woman from earlier? I don't have romantic feelings for him, John Usos. I think, if anything, he falls into the category of person I want to win over to our side, or person who's a nuisance if not an ally. What's this? Are you suddenly planning to use your feminine wiles? It's not that, but, hey Arrow, am I really that unfeminine? And for him, I'm neither a pilot worth noticing nor a woman worth acknowledging. As a pilot, given the obvious difference in skill, it can't be helped, but as a woman, not even being noticed somehow makes me angry. Well, your face itself is pretty, but you're called a prince, you know, and I don't think my figure is bad either. What do you think? Should I take that as you picking a fight? In response to my question, Era glared at me with a smile and wiggled her fingers, and then, after somehow having my chest kneaded for several minutes, maybe he simply doesn't like your looks or personality, or maybe he just doesn't want to approach famous people. I wonder if that's it. Arrow answered my question. If it's the latter reason, I understand. But if it's the former, it's annoying, though I'll have to swallow it. It would be inappropriate to complain about someone's personal preferences. Either way, my pride as a woman is undoubtedly hurt to some extent, but there's no point in worrying about it, and it wouldn't be right to direct my anger at him. All right. Shall we go get something to eat? So I decided to change my mood by going out to eat something. Oh, your treat? Your treat? I'll treat you if I get to choose the menu. Yay. Since Sarah was getting carried away, I took a safe measure. I was surprised, angered, and troubled by seeing an unexpected side of an acquaintance, but what's important now is deciding whether to go for something sweet or something hearty. Thinking about such things, I began walking through the city center again. Mob number 95. I figured it would come to this. I booked a room in a love hotel with a window facing the street, slightly opening the curtains to keep an eye on the store where the target had entered. I handed the payment to the lady accompanying me beforehand, letting her do as she pleased. However, she said, "Hey, the target probably won't come out for at least 2 hours, right? Why don't we have some fun while we wait?" She started moving closer to me, but I firmly declined. "No, thank you. I can't tell when the target might come out," she pouted, saying, "You're no fun." "Well, I'm going to take a little nap then." With a look of exasperation, she lay down on the bed and immediately started snoring. She must have been tired. 2 hours passed. The lady was still asleep, and nothing had happened. The target, Eric Hochkold, the former count's son, finally emerged from the store with a satisfied expression. Feeling a bit guilty, I woke the lady, handed her the hotel fee, and quickly left to tail the target. I'm not particularly skilled at tailing people, so I kept a fair distance, following Eric Hochkold at a slow pace. I thought he might be heading to some hideout, but surprisingly, he made his way to a docking area for medium-sized combat destroyers. Once he entered the unassuming destroyer, I waited until he was fully inside before sneaking closer to the ship's door. I expected it to be locked, but it was open. Normally, ships like this would have an auto-lock system that requires identification, but apparently, this one didn't. How careless. I quietly stepped inside and found the ship eerily empty. Usually, ship cabins have clothes, personal items, or at least some clutter, but here, there was only trash scattered around. The kitchen's fridge and shelves were bare, with no ingredients or seasonings. I checked the gun and artillery mounts, but there wasn't even any spare energy for the blasters. The corridors and cabins showed signs of age, with evidence of recent use. Yet, there was no trace of people or droids anywhere. While a ship like this could technically be operated by a single person, it would only be capable of basic navigation, not combat. Proper operation would require a crew of human pilots or droids. Even during vacations or maintenance, at least a minimal crew should remain, but there is no sign of them on this ship. It's not that the droids are turned off, but the droids themselves are gone. It's like a ghost ship. As I made my way to the bridge, I found someone sitting in the captain's chair. It was unmistakably Eric Hochkold himself. I approached silently, and he didn't seem to notice me. He was staring blankly into space, muttering to himself. Yeah, it's nice to be alone after having some fun. My mother is so noisy and doesn't think about anything. I'm glad I fired the servants early. If I hadn't, they'd probably be dead by now. Curious about his muttering, why did you fire them? I asked him. Without hesitation, he replied, I pulled off about 7 pirate jobs, netting around 200 million in total. That included fuel, ammunition, and food supplies. I could have used them, but I sold them off instead. Finally realizing something was off, he turned and asked, who are you? But by then, I already had my gun pointed at him, so he stayed seated in the captain's chair. Eric Hochkold, former Count's son, right? I'm from the Mercenary Guild. He let out a deep sigh. I figured it would come to this. With no droids on board, it's only natural, isn't it? Eric showed no sign of resistance. So, what's the reason for all this? My mother decided to sell off all the fuel, ammunition, and food supplies instead of using them. That alone would have been fine. She could have paid the servants generously and used the rest to stock up on essentials. But no. She spent everything on her own luxury, holing up in a high-end hotel in the upper-class district. So, you fired the servants? I sold everything on the ship, gave them a small severance, and let them go. What about the money you spent at the store? That was what I had when I left home. I gave more than half of it to the servants. But at least I got some peace and quiet. Where's your mother now? She's staying in the Imperial Suite at the Dilipin Hotel in the upper-class district. He answered my questions straightforwardly. Judging by his appearance, Eric looked like a high school or college student. It was hard to believe someone his age was a regular at such establishments, but his face was etched with exhaustion. I can't imagine what you've been through. As I handcuffed him, he seemed somewhat relieved. Whether it was relief at not having to commit more crimes or at being freed from his mother, I couldn't tell. When I called the police to hand him over, I asked for his universal terminal tool. A proper high-end hotel wouldn't let just anyone call or visit, even if they were related. So, my plan was to use this terminal to send a message to his mother and lure her out. I made sure the security on it was disabled. The message I sent went something like this. Mother, there's someone here who wants to offer 2 ships as tribute. They say each ship is worth around 200 million. They also have precious metals and jewelry to offer. They'd like to meet you and give you a tour of the ships. If possible, they'd like you to come immediately. I know it's a hassle, but please come to the ship as soon as you can. Honestly, I didn't think she'd fall for it. I figured she'd either bring guards or just send them, which would have been fine. As for the attached images of the ships, I sent photos of the Rosis and the Gilda. 20 minutes after sending the message, his mother arrived at the ship alone. I greeted her as the servant of the person offering the tribute. Welcome, Countess Lottana Hochkold. I've been expecting you. Where's Eric? And where are the ships and jewelry you're offering? The ships looked beautiful, so I'll keep one for myself and use the other for funding. Make the arrangements immediately. She didn't even let me finish, casually giving orders as if I were her servant. Yes. This is what nobility is like. Commoners are all just servants to them, to be exploited without a hint of guilt, just like that pink-haired goat Chandler. Please tell me they're not related. Not wanting to waste any more time, I pointed a tranquilizer gun at her and shot her in the neck when she wandered around, visibly annoyed at her son's absence. Mob number 96. I'm sorry, Mr. Uzos. I've dragged you along for shopping while being escorted by the police. I was grateful that the lady stayed asleep. If she had been awake, it would have been incredibly noisy. No doubt about it. After finishing the paperwork, I returned to the Central District's main area, had a meal at a yakiniku stall, and then spent a night on the ship before heading back. It took a while, but I managed to return safely to its. The day I got back, I went straight home and slept. The next day, I headed to the Mercenary Guild to report. You're back. I'm home. There wasn't any combat, but I'm exhausted from all the travel. After all, it takes at least 5 days one way, and during that time, I had to stay alert, So the mental fatigue piled up. Not bad, huh? The bounty for capturing the pirate Hawkhold and the Sun is 1.6 million for the pair. The money from selling their destroyer came to 16.4 million. That's a total of 18 million, right? I'd like you to come over here for a bit. Old man Rones looked envious but proceeded with the payment process. Since the amount was significant, I received the reward as digital currency. So, what's next? Old man Rones showed me a list of ex-noble pirates. But I'm taking today and tomorrow off. I'm mentally drained. I declined immediately because it was too much to jump right back into it. The old man didn't push the work topic further and instead brought up something else. Then, why not go to the shopping mall for a change of pace? They're having a sale right now. He handed me a flyer. As I looked at the flyer and left the guild, I noticed that the detergent and soap I was running low on at home were on sale. Thinking it might be a good idea, I decided to follow the old man's advice and head to the shopping mall. The shopping mall, Rockbird, is located away from the city center and boasts a considerable size, with a large number of tenants lined up. It has relaxation facilities like a nature park and a spa, as well as amusement facilities such as a game center, a cinema, and an indoor athletic park. It's a place where you can enjoy yourself all day. There's a shuttle bus from the nearest station, making access easy. With a high number of visitors, even someone like me doesn't stand out, and it's a place where you can spend a leisurely time. Or so it was supposed to be. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuzos. I've dragged you along for shopping. No, I'll make sure to properly thank you. I ran into Alphonse Zeistol, who had come to pick out items for an upcoming family gathering. He's the most popular receptionist at the Mercenary Guild, known for his reliability and stunning beauty. Walking around with such a beautiful receptionist like him, someone like me is bound to attract attention. In fact, I could feel more and more people glancing our way. Zeistol was wearing trousers and men's clothing, but he still looked undeniably feminine. It must be due to his natural beauty and talent. And in situations like this, there's always someone who tries to cause trouble. Indeed, quite the beauty. Until now, it had been mercenaries or former classmates, but this time it was clearly a noble-like troublemaker. During the recent rebellion, not all nobles dissatisfied with the Empress had participated. About 30% of them had stayed out of the rebellion. The reason was said to be that they could legally acquire the territories of nobles who had participated in the rebellion and were either killed in battle or punished after defeat. Even if the rebellion failed, they could continue to enjoy the rightful privileges of nobility without drawing too much attention. However, I think the main reason for most of them was simply that they didn't want to die in battle. Well, I suppose that's a good enough reason not to join a war. This noble-like young man paid no attention to me and said, "I grant you permission to serve by my side from now on." "You should weep with joy." He said this with a haughty tone, placing his hand under Zeistol's chin and lifting it. But the next moment, Zeistol grabbed the noble's arm and twisted it. "Ow, ow, 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 ow. What are you doing? You made rude remarks and even tried to kiss me out of nowhere, didn't you?" "This is only natural," Zeistol said coldly while twisting the noble's arm. "Wait, I'm the son of a baron. Do you think you can get away with this?" Justifying threats using your status was abolished by the previous emperor and enforced by the current one. "Are you saying you're going against the Empress?" Of course, the noble youth tried to use his status to intimidate, but Zeistol remained unfazed and calmly explained the situation. "And if you're really a noble, why are you at a shopping mall where commoners shop? Shouldn't you be calling high-end specialty shops to your mansion?" Zeistol smoothly threw a sarcastic jab at the baron's son, who had come all the way to a commoner's store. This baron's son was probably from a robe noble family without any land. Having land or not makes a huge difference in income. "Yeah, I'll just leave that alone." Then Zeistol added, "And one more thing. I'm a man." "Sorry to disappoint you." With the same smile he shows at the guild counter, he delivered the finishing blow to the baron's son. "I know that. The first time I saw you, you were coming out of the men's restroom. And then I lost sight of you, so I've been looking for you." But the baron's son countered brilliantly. "I'll say it again. I grant you permission to serve by my side. Release me now and swear loyalty to me. If you do, I'll treat you very well." The Baron's son said this with full confidence. I've heard that in the past, it was common for nobles to have a fondness for beautiful young men, but there was no way Zystol would agree to something like that. "Even so, I refuse to serve someone like you." In an instant, Zystol shifted his stance and knocked the Baron's son out with a chokehold. "I've always thought this guy's combat skills were amazing." Then, as if someone had reported the incident, the shopping mall's security arrived. "This person suddenly attacked me, so I defended myself." Zystol pointed at the Baron's son, and the security guards, looking somewhat flustered, escorted him away. "I'm sorry for the trouble." "Ah, no, that was quite the ordeal. I'm sorry I couldn't help. It was nothing serious." "As thanks and an apology, let me treat you to a meal." With that, Zystol casually headed toward the restaurant area in the shopping mall as if nothing had happened. "For now, I'll make sure not to pick a fight with Zystol. Not that I have the reason or the courage to do so, though." Mob number 97, it's the life experience of an old woman and her intuition, you see. The one who gave them advice. If it's the son, it's a woman. If it's the mother, it's a man. The son's side would be easy. But the mother, no matter her age, is still a woman. She's weak to flattery. After all, the day after accompanying Mr. Zystol on his shopping trip, I found myself at the Mercenary Guild. Honestly, I would have liked to take another day off, but I felt like I had too much time on my hands, so I decided to at least come and check out the available requests. "What's this?" "I thought you'd take a bit more time off," said Old Man Rones, looking genuinely surprised as he stared at me from behind the counter. "I had too much free time. Any requests available?" I asked. "There are. Actually, there's a search intensification order issued to the entire guild." "What's that about?" "The wife and child of the ringleader of the recent rebellion, former Marquis Field Elvastog, have been causing quite a ruckus. They seem to have significant firepower. If things go wrong, they might even take over an entire planet." As he spoke, Old Man Rones handed me some documents detailing the search intensification. "Why would a disgraced noble who's been punished have that much firepower?" "Well, if they divorced and distributed their assets before confiscation, it's not impossible. They apparently had reserve forces left in their territory, but before they could call them in, the 7th Fleet's prized unit wiped them out." Old Man Rones wore a smug expression as he looked through the documents. That prized unit was undoubtedly Gilda, the ancient weapon with a will of her own. With this, the 7th Fleet has no enemies left. But who managed to win Gilda over? Judging by the atmosphere when we met, it seemed like it would be quite difficult to earn her favor. And when I asked, she didn't tell me. Anyway, just providing a sighting report for this case comes with a reward. So I'm counting on you to be proactive. Looking around, it seemed like many others were gearing up for the search, creating a lively atmosphere. "Well, I guess I'll go and check it out. If I can get reward just for a sighting, that's a good deal. But since it'll probably take a while, I'll head back home first to prepare some food, a change of clothes, and my light novel and anime data cards. I'll also need to gather some information from Gonzalez and the fortune-telling old woman." While the regular shopping district was still celebrating the Empress victory, the black market district had already returned to its usual atmosphere. By the way, that butcher shop has started offering a new grilled item called sealed ogre corpse born from the scorching black liquid. In addition to their fried dishes, resisting the delicious aroma, I headed to Gonzalez's pharmacy, Patterson Dispensary, and placed an order for information on the former Marquis Field Elvastog's wife and child. After waiting for about an hour as usual, Gonzalez came back with unexpected news. "From what we've found so far, we only have a rough idea of their appearance location based on eyewitness reports and potential hiding spots nearby. The former Marquis's wife and child are amateurs when it comes to operating and managing ships, and their subordinates who are skilled in that area are gone after the last battle. However, if they use a control AI, even amateurs can engage in fleet battles. And if they use a control AI, all their actions will be recorded by it." I hacked into the control A.I.S of ships navigating and docked in the area to check their logs, but none of them showed any suspicious activity. If the former Marquis's ship is among them, they've either placed a very strong protection on it or they're manually operating the ship without relying on the control AI. Surprisingly, even Gonzalez couldn't find them. If they're avoiding using the control AI, they've probably hired someone skilled in ship operation and management. Still, it's better than nothing. So I paid the fee and left the shop. Next, I went to the fortune-telling old woman, but she bluntly replied, "Sorry, I don't know." The former Marquis's wife and child wouldn't know such advanced concealment methods, nor would they be capable of it. For starters, there's no way the former Marquis Vostog's wife and child would know or be capable of such advanced concealment methods. Someone must have advised them. Yeah, try going to Asteroid City in the asteroid belt of the Oddute solar system. You'll probably find something there. With that, she held out her hand and demanded double the usual fee. That's not exactly reliable information, is it? It's the life experience of an old woman and her intuition, you see. The one who gave them advice. If it's the son, it's a woman. If it's the mother, it's a man. The son's side would be easy. But the mother, no matter her age, is still a woman. She's weak to flattery. After all, the old woman's smile made her look exactly like a witch from a fairy tale. The next day, I left Planet It's to search for the former Marquis Vostog's wife and child, who had become pirates. My first destination was the asteroid belt city near the star Oddute. As mentioned by both the fortune-telling old woman and Gonzalez, the asteroid belt city, also known as the asteroid belt, is a densely populated area with asteroid houses, offices, shops, factories, and agricultural plants. Unlike the mining base on planet Negora, which was mainly composed of ships and colonies, this place is primarily made up of modified asteroids and is about 10 times larger. With numerous ships docked here, it's an ideal hiding spot and the closest location among the various sighting points. I decided to head to the largest asteroid first, known as Central Rock, the heart of the asteroid belt city. It's lined with various shops, offices, hotels, and public institutions. There are many other similar places, as such establishments are always found where people live. While it used to be illegal, it's now a legal area with proper addresses, but it's still an ideal spot for criminals to hide. After docking my ship at Central Rock's port, I headed to the bustling district. Last time, I found my target by investigating the entertainment district, but based on what the fortune-telling old woman said, the son might have a woman with him, so my expectations were low. I decided to start my search at a bar, a classic spot for gathering information. However, since this area also has public institutions, the atmosphere wasn't particularly shady. Moreover, it was just past evening when I arrived, so the streets were filled with laborers, salarymen, and office ladies. Oh well, I'll just have something to eat here today and start the real search tomorrow. I headed to an izakaya, a type of bar that also serves meals, rather than a pub or a bar where drinking is the main attraction. Since I don't drink much alcohol but appreciate a place where I can have a proper meal. While eating, I began planning my search strategy for the next few days. A good hint for finding nobles in hiding is to look for people living flamboyant lifestyles. That was the case with the former Count Hochkold's wife and child, but it might not be the same this time. Still, it's worth checking. So, I'll start by visiting high-end lodging facilities. However, such places have tight security and won't show guest lists, so figuring out how to search is a bit of a dilemma. The best option might be to contact Gonzalez and have him check the guest lists for me. It'll cost money, but it's the most efficient way. I'll pick the places the former Marquis's wife and child are likely to stay and then ask him. If that doesn't work, I'll move on to residential areas. I'll check out the larger asteroid houses. If this were a story, the target would conveniently show up, and I'd solve the case in a day, receiving thunderous applause from the Mercenary Guild. With that thought, I ate the grilled chicken I'd ordered and sipped my oolong tea. Mob number 98, that's the fate of being born beautiful, Your Majesty, sighed Fuel Shat. The Empress's reward banquet was held inside the Imperial Palace, located in the capital city of Hine. All the mercenaries who had contributed to suppressing the rebellion and were incorporated into the Empress's guard unit were invited to attend. The main venue, the Hall of Rainbows, was the largest hall in the Imperial Palace. The carpet was so soft you could sleep on it, and the chandeliers and decorations looked like they could cost 8 figures. Despite its luxurious appearance, the palace walls were made of materials that could withstand several hits from the main cannons of a super-large battleship, and it was equipped with various defense systems, making it more like a fortress. In the Hall of Rainbows, tables were lined with food and drinks, and nobles and soldiers moved around individually or in groups, engaging in conversations while subtly probing each other's intentions. Meanwhile, we mercenaries were gathered around a few tables at the edge of the hall. The reason for this was due to the large waiting room assigned to us inside the palace. The invited mercenaries included all those who had been incorporated into the Empress's guard unit, and with their partners or team members. The total number of attendees was around 150. Unfortunately, servants of the nobles were not allowed into the venue, so Sherry had to wait outside. I could see several other servants waiting as well. I had considered insisting that Sherry was my work partner and forcing her way in, but it didn't seem like a good idea, so I obediently complied. Another reason for the waiting room was that while noble mercenaries might have formal attire, commoner mercenaries often didn't, so this was where they could borrow suits or dresses and change. Additionally, weapons were prohibited in the party venue except for the guards, so this was also the place to leave weapons or other belongings. As we were preparing, a man approached us. "Greetings, mercenaries. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Keen Gullfox, and I've been tasked with guiding you." The man had narrow eyes and a gentle expression, and he appeared to be in his late middle age. Everyone present immediately recognized him as Keen Gullfox, a general in the Imperial Army, a count, and the commander of the 8th Fleet of the Central Fleet's Suppression Force. Known for his efforts in nurturing young talent and teaching at the military academy, he was called Professor, but he was also infamous as a crafty old fox or slippery eel, a man who was not easily dealt with. First of all, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude for your achievements in the recent war. I'll now guide you to the venue, but let me give you one piece of advice. General Gullfox's eyes looked somewhat tired. Once you enter the venue, stick together with your fellow mercenaries, not to isolate yourselves, but for your mental safety. Nobles, even if not malicious, are often vain, sarcastic, and self-centered. Some of you may have experienced this during the war. As the general looked around, many of us recalled instances of flirtation or harassment on the battlefield. Well, it's a bit odd for me, a noble, to say this, but dealing with greedy nobles is a hassle. If you stick together, it'll at least serve as a bit of repellent. His expression shifted from tired to genuinely fed up, as if he truly disliked socializing with nobles. Now, it's time to head in. Are you ready? And so, we were led by General Gullfox into the Hall of Rainbows, the venue for the reward banquet. Incidentally, at imperial parties, it was customary for those of lower status to enter the venue first, so when we mercenaries entered, only the staff preparing the venue were present. 30 minutes later, the lower nobles and lower-ranking military personnel entered. Another unique rule of the Empress's parties was that food and drinks were not served until the higher nobles and military officers arrived. The reason for this was apparently to encourage calm, alcohol-free socializing among the higher nobles and the Empress. Some of the mercenaries invited this time had attended the Empress's reward banquets in the past, so they were familiar with these rules. Those who were attending for the first time also inquired politely with the staff, so there were no major issues. On the other hand, some of the lower nobles seemed unaware of these customs and were seen yelling at the staff. Lower nobles rarely had the opportunity to attend the Empress's parties, so they were unfamiliar with the etiquette. After they entered, we mercenaries gathered around the tables at the edge of the hall and began chatting amongst ourselves. Sticking together had the effect of deterring the lower nobles from approaching us, at least to some extent. However, this only worked with those who were socially awkward or had common sense. Those without such inhibitions approached us without hesitation. In fact, Alberto Circlewood, known as the Black Devil, along with Lambert Rygrades and Arthur Lingard from the ITS branch, were swarmed by noble ladies. Similarly, Marie Lato Ruichin Farina, known as the Scarlet Goddess, Katie Alptet, known as the Emerald Rose, Rossis of the Feathered Helmet, and Srasanada, Lingard's partner, were surrounded by men. And then there were those who approached me. "Hey, I found you, Leopardess. Are you ready to become my personal bodyguard?" It was the same creep who had hit on me during the war. "I believe I already declined your offer. If you become the bodyguard of a lieutenant in the military and the son of Count Reunion, even a viscountess like you would benefit, you know?" He continued talking, completely enamored with himself. "There's no benefit for me. Viscountess Reunion, the son of Count Reunion, had a terrible reputation. It was well known that his reckless spending had left his family in debt, and he had been forced to join the military to repay it. It was obvious that he approached me because of my father's company, Shat Corporation. About an hour after we entered the venue, and 30 minutes after the lower nobles arrived, the higher nobles and higher-ranking military officers entered, and food and drinks began to be served. At that point, the lower nobles and lower-ranking military personnel rushed to greet the higher nobles. The son of Count Reunion, who had been in front of me, said, "Too bad. Time's up. You just missed your last chance to become my personal bodyguard." He made a gesture of pressing his forehead and shaking his head, which infuriated me. Then, he approached the group of higher nobles and could be seen bowing obsequiously to someone. It seemed there was someone he wanted to get closer to more than me. "Well, as long as he's gone, I don't care." An hour and a half after we mercenaries entered, the ministers arrived, and 30 minutes later, 2 hours after our arrival, the Empress finally made her entrance. Her Majesty was dressed in a blue dress that matched the color of her hair, and she wore the imperial crest, a symbol only the Empress was allowed to wear. After drinks were served to everyone, the Empress stepped onto a low stage and began her opening speech. "Gentlemen, you've done an excellent job in suppressing the rebellion this time. The lion-hearted efforts of the soldiers and mercenaries deserve nothing but praise and gratitude. You've truly done well. And I must especially commend my great-uncle, Duke Altist Benilovals, who, while I was on the battlefield, almost single-handedly neutralized the rebel forces that attempted to attack the capital planet Hine. His achievements deserve the highest praise." With that, Her Majesty walked over to the Duke. "Great uncle, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to the people of the Empire. I may still be inexperienced, but will you continue to support me?" She bowed deeply to the Duke. "Raise your head, Amelia. As your subject, and as the great-uncle of my niece's daughter, whom I consider my own grandchild, I will do my utmost, even if it means pushing this old body to its limits." The Duke smiled warmly, like a kind old man. "Thank you, great-uncle." Her Majesty murmured this and then returned to the center of the stage. "Now then, gentlemen, let's toast to this victory." Cheers. And so, the reward banquet officially began. After the Empress's arrival, the number of people bothering us decreased, and I hoped the banquet would end quietly. However, to my surprise, the Empress approached our group. Those who noticed her instinctively straightened their backs. Her Majesty began speaking to the famous king-rank individuals. She seemed quite casual with them, as if she had spoken to them many times before. Of course, some people looked on with displeasure, but since it was a reward banquet, they remained silent. Arthur Lingard and Lambert Triogrades were also spoken to, and they seemed extremely nervous. I had seen Her Majesty a few times due to my father's work, but I had never spoken to her. As the Empress was about to pass by me, I bowed my head in courtesy, but then, "Your Fiol Kashasat, the Viscountess known as the Leopardess, correct?" To my surprise, the Empress addressed me. She must have seen my appearance, name, and nickname on the list held by the attendant behind her. "Why yes, I've heard that the efforts of you female mercenaries and soldiers in this war were remarkable. If you're willing, I hope you'll continue to lend your strength for the peace of the Empire." Why yes, I had attended the Empress's parties before, but this was the first time Her Majesty had spoken to me directly. Then, in the next moment, "By the way, If I could pilot a battleship like you, I'd have sunk that mustachioed Vostok Marquis's ship. That mustachioed old man has been giving me weird looks for a while now, and it's really creepy." She spoke to me in a tone as if we were friends. The Empress was actually a year younger than me. Thinking about how the entire empire rested on her shoulders made me feel complicated. "So, without thinking, I replied, that's the fate of being born beautiful, Your Majesty." I immediately worried if I had committed lèse majesty, but you're no different. Though it's odd for me to say this, it's better to leave this kind of party early. I really only wanted to invite the military personnel, nobles, and mercenaries who helped. But somehow a bunch of creepy old men and sarcastic old ladies who did nothing ended up attending. Her Majesty leaned in close and whispered this to me. "Your Majesty, it's about time," the attendant behind her spoke up, and the Empress. "Then, enjoy the party." She flashed a perfect, archetypical smile and then left. After the Empress left our mercenary table, I somehow sensed that the nobles would start approaching us, so I decided to quickly exit the Hall of Rainbows. As I hurried to the large waiting room, I noticed quite a few people leaving the venue at the same time, including Lambetrigrades of the Feathered Helm. He looked exhausted and seemed to be waiting alone for his partner. While I waited for Sherry to fetch the air car, I changed out of my dress, packed it away, and retrieved my gun. Then, I headed to the palace entrance, where Sherry was likely waiting. Even though I've attended many times, these parties are suffocating. I truly admire Her Majesty for enduring that atmosphere. Mob number 99, "Hey, I've got a well-paying jobs for you. Interested? The reward is huge. Your future will be secure, you know." In the asteroid belt city of Asteroid City, I've been searching for information about the wife and children of the former Marquis Field del Vostok. I've scoured luxury hotels, large asteroids, and even shady bars, but I haven't found a single shred of information. I guess they're not hiding here after all. If they were, their subordinates would be with them, and there would definitely be traces of their presence, but there's nothing. Yet, they're frequently sighted around here. Why is that? Maybe there's a base nearby or something? While pondering this, I was heading to the docking bay to leave the fruitless asteroid belt city when a suspicious man called out to me. The man clearly looked like a thug, but his weapon seemed oddly expensive. "Hey, I've got a well-paying jobs for you. Interested? The reward is huge. Your future will be secure, you know." He had a refreshing smile on his face, but it was the epitome of sketchiness. "Nah, that sounds way too shady. Don't worry, it's easy if you have your own ship." "You're struggling to find work, right? I get it." He's acting like a nice guy, but it's way too suspicious. Still, I don't have any leads, so I decided to go along with it as part of my investigation. "Well, it doesn't sound great," I said with a serious expression. "All right, it's settled. Be at this point at 6 a.m. tomorrow." No being late, the man sent me the space coordinates on my wristcom terminal and quickly walked away. As he left, he muttered, "Yes, only 3 more to go. I'll say it again. It's blatantly shady, but then again, if it's someone like me with investigative intentions, it's one thing. But I doubt any normal person would fall for that. How does he manage to recruit people?" Anyway, when I got back to my ship, I had Old Man Rones contact the police and military. Then the police and the army instructed me to install a GPS application on my wristcom and to stay in contact with them. It's annoying to be monitored, but it's scarier to refuse, so I agreed. I'll probably replace it when this is over. The next day, I headed to the designated point, and there were quite a number of ships there. Roughly estimating, there were at least 100 medium-sized ships and 200 small ones. It's impossible for that one guy from yesterday to have gathered this many, so there must have been a lot of recruiters besides him. Then, a ship appeared, and a broadcast came through. "Thanks for waiting." On the monitor was a young woman dressed like your typical super-capable businesswoman. "Thank you all for gathering here. I'm Lunarilla. I've been tasked by a certain noble to recruit personnel. I'm delighted to see so many of you here." Lunarilla had a satisfied smile on her face, but I felt like I'd seen her before. At first, I couldn't tell because of her hairstyle, makeup, and outfit, but I think she's Fadilna Prylera, the older sister of our hero Kun, Yuri Prylera. I thought so because I've seen her before, and her facial structure matches the one on the wanted poster. But it could just be a coincidence. There have been cases in the past where someone was caught and investigated, only to find out they were just a look-alike. So, I need to be careful. Well, in this situation, I can't do anything anyway. Now, everyone will be heading to our work base. Please follow my ship. With that, she led the gathered crowd to an area about 500 million kilometers away from Asteroid City, a place with nothing around. I was wondering what we were going to do when. Now, please proceed straight ahead. As soon as she said that, her ship moved forward, and a circular light appeared. Her ship began to disappear bit by bit from the front. This is the phenomenon that occurs when passing through a gate. Normally, gates are naturally circular, but their shapes are unstable and can sometimes close. To stabilize them, a stabilizer plate is used, but this gate doesn't have one. Stabilizer plates are always installed on gates managed by the government. In other words, this is a gate the government doesn't know about or isn't managing. From this, it seems that Lunalella, or whatever her real name is, or her associates discovered this gate. Moreover, considering the sightings, there must be another gate somewhere else that leads from there to here. Usually, discovering even one gate and reporting it to the government earns you a massive reward. For nobles, it could even lead to a promotion in rank. If you don't report it, there's a risk it could be used for criminal activities, and you could be charged and possibly arrested. Some people report it but refuse the reward out of fear for their safety. While I was thinking about this, Luna Alela, pseudonym, disappeared through the gate. The gathered crowd followed one after another, plunging into the gate. After glancing at my wristcom with the GPS activated, I also jumped into the gate. Planet Razzlebart. About 80% of the planet's surface is land, almost entirely covered by a dense tropical jungle with towering trees over 60 meters tall and sprawling low trees. Plains are extremely rare, but the planet is habitable, with a suitable atmospheric composition, gravity, rotation and revolution cycles, and the absence of indigenous intelligent life. However, the native creatures are mostly large and ferocious, with high reproductive rates and overwhelming numbers. Whether you're trying to live here or exterminate them, the cost is astronomical, so the planet has been left completely untouched. Incidentally, it's said to be the model for the world of the Hunter action game series Creature Hunter. The gate near Asteroid City led to this planet, Razzlebart. In other words, if Lunalella, pseudonym, is connected to the former Marquis Vasthog's wife and children, they could have worked near Asteroid City and then used this gate to escape. She and the crowd following her were heading toward the ocean at a slow pace. When we reached the coastline, please descend to just above sea level. Following the instructions, we did so. From above, it looked like a tropical jungle, but from sea level, there was a massive ceiling, and beneath it, over 100 medium-sized ships were docked. Apparently, they had anchored a fleet on the ocean and projected a 3D image of the tropical jungle on the ceiling as camouflage. With this much jungle, it wouldn't raise suspicions even if it grew. Being on the water also reduces the risk of attacks from native creatures. Though, there are also giant aquatic creatures here, so we can't let our guard down. We were guided to an open spot and docked. Some ships floated naturally, while others had to attach floats. My ship, the Patchwork, fortunately floated, so I docked it near the entrance of the docking area, right at the edge, so I could leave quickly if needed. Mob number 100, since I've trained him since he was a child, he's been quite useful. He'd always call me big sister and blindly obey everything I said. If he's not broken, maybe I can use him again? After docking the ship, I was about to take a break when a message came through to the entire group. All newly recruited members, assemble immediately on the central ship. I repeat, all newly recruited members, assemble immediately on the central ship. It felt more like a broadcast than a message. Following the announcement, we gathered on the central ship and were guided to a hall inside. There was something like a stage in the hall, and on it stood several figures. Then, a young man stepped forward. Good job gathering. I am the great pirate Enrique. For now, I'm a pirate, But one day I'll become the emperor. If you follow me, glory and splendor will be yours. Your future will be as bright as roses," he shouted loudly. For a moment, silence filled the room, but it quickly turned noisy. Some swallowed his words whole, imagining the profits of being a pirate and cheering with joy. Others laughed at the audacity of the man calling himself Enrique, who claimed he'd become emperor. Some were confused, thinking this was supposed to be about job placements, and directed their anger at him. As for me, I carefully observed the young man's face. That's when I realized he was Ebles Vastog, the son of the former Marquis Vastog, as mentioned in the documents. Which meant he was undoubtedly ensnared by Luna Lyra, pseudonym, or rather, Fadilna Prylyra, and the woman behind him. Was that Cronella Vastog, the former Marchioness Vastog? Then, when I looked at the person beside her, I couldn't help but do a double take. Standing next to Lady Vastog was Yuri Prylyra, the brother of Luna Lyra, pseudonym, aka Fadilna Prylyra, and our hero Kun, who had been betrayed by her. I'd heard that due to recent events, he'd cut ties with his sister, so what was he doing here? Besides, given how devoted he'd been to Zystol, it was hard to believe he'd listened to his sister now. Maybe he had another brother or sister I didn't know about. Well, this definitely increased the likelihood that Luna Lyra, pseudonym, was indeed Fadilna Prylyra. That night, for some reason, a grand banquet was held, so I decided to slip away and message Old Man Rones. The pre-prepared message in case I was seen was, "Glad to have met my acquaintance, target found." But I changed it to, "Glad to have met my acquaintance, target found. Met the hero, Yuri Prylyra too. Where's Elira?" The reply from Old Man Rones, which was originally supposed to be, "That's good to hear. The vacation ends at X time on X day, and the police will arrive at your location by Y time," ended up being, "That's good to hear. The vacation ends at 1300 hours tomorrow, and the police will arrive at your location by then. Yuri Prylyra is here with us." By the way, if I left out Yuri's information, it would mean the police and military would arrive by noon tomorrow. Still, what was going on with that Yuri? Well, logically, it could be another brother, someone who just looks like him, a doppelganger from plastic surgery, or an android made to resemble him. The more unexpected possibilities would be that it's the sister herself or a clone of Yuri. Clones are illegal by law, but if you hire an underground manufacturer, it's not impossible. Maybe Yuri himself is a gender-swapped clone of hers. Anyway, I planned to lay low for the night, but as I thought that, something outrageous happened. While gathering information in the bustling streets, I spotted a group of self-proclaimed protagonists with a mindset similar to that of a certain ideological group I'd seen before, wandering around. From the content of their reflection meeting at an open cafe, I understood why they were like that. I don't know if they were mercenaries or not, but the fact that they were seen on planet Trazelbart meant they'd fallen for that shady recruitment. And likely, the man calling himself the Great Pirate Enrique, Ebles Vastog, son of the former Marquis Vastog and ringleader of the rebellion, had been discovered. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was asleep, they infiltrated to capture the ringleader but were found out and started causing a commotion. I wanted to pretend I didn't know and keep sleeping, but when the ship in the back started its engines to escape, I hurriedly launched my ship too. Of course, the others also panicked and launched their ships, scattering like spiders. Meanwhile, the mercenaries who'd infiltrated like me joined the chaos and began fighting Vastog's main forces. Normally, I should have joined in, but I had one concern, so I watched the scene from a distance. Sure enough, amidst the chaos, one combat vessel fled. I secretly tailed it until it reached space, confirming it was free from gravity, then lightly shot its nozzle and engine to stop it. But of course, I was noticed. "Do you have business with me?" The face that appeared on the communication monitor was, as expected, Luna Lyra, pseudonym, aka Fadilna Prylyra. "I'm from the Mercenary Guild." "You, as a subordinate of the former Marquis Vastog's family, need to be arrested and detained." To my words, I was threatened. They said they'd kill my brother if I didn't obey. She immediately put on a sad expression. trying to play the victim card. She probably wanted to either manipulate me into letting her escape or win my sympathy. Yet I don't see your brother here. If you were escaping, this would have been the perfect chance. My brother stayed behind as a decoy to let me escape. She lowered her eyes and spoke sadly. But it all felt suspicious. I see. Still, the fact remains that you cooperated with piracy. If you surrender quietly, the fact that you were threatened could lighten your sentence. Even if she really was threatened, there might be some leniency. So, as unpleasant as it sounds, surrendering would be beneficial. But I have another brother, and he's suffering from an illness that's hard to treat even with modern medicine. For his sake, I can't be caught. Please, let me go. But she wasn't giving up. Unfortunately, that's not possible. All involved parties must be apprehended. Well, not all, but the key figures definitely need to be captured. She sighed deeply. So you really won't let me go? Normally, a beauty like me pleading would be enough to make someone let me off or protect me, right? Someone as ugly as you should be groveling, offering everything to me in absolute obedience, just to be worth a single credit. So what's with the refusal? I don't get it. Her expression and tone changed, directing her frustration at me. Not surprising, though. This was probably her true nature. Protecting a criminal is a crime itself. Normally, people don't do that. I'm not a criminal. The ones doing piracy were that noble boy and his mother. I was just waiting for them to return from their job on that planet. I didn't know what their job was. She didn't show any remorse, outright declaring her innocence. Sure, the former Marquis Vostok wife and her son seemed capable of illegal activities, but didn't you provide them with advice and personnel? By the way, was that your brother next to the Marchioness? Oh, that? It's an android made to look like my brother. Like Yuri Prylera. You know my brother? He's become quite famous. I see. That makes sense. Given how your actions have made his life difficult, there's no way he'd be here, still working diligently. And then, from Fadilna Prylera, came an unbelievable statement. Since I've trained him since he was a child, he's been quite useful. He'd always call me big sister and blindly obey everything I said. If he's not broken, maybe I can use him again? It seems Yuri's very existence as her brother was a misfortune. Though telling her he's already abandoned her would be pointless, she probably wouldn't believe it anyway. Either way, I think it's best if you surrender quietly. Even though I knew it was futile, I gave it one last try. Don't make me laugh. I may look like this, but I'm a bishop-class mercenary. There's no way I'd lose to a small fry like you. Of course. It was pointless. She made a sharp turn and fired a beam at me head-on. I couldn't just let that hit me, so I also made a quick turn to get behind her and fired a beam, but she easily dodged it. From then on, it was a classic dogfight, with both of us struggling to land a hit. Though it's said she unfairly rose to the bishop class, her combat skills in a fighter craft were undoubtedly legitimate, but she seemed flustered, and her movements became predictable. So, I took advantage of that opening and landed a direct hit on her ship's rear nozzle. Just as I thought she'd calm down, a beam from another direction struck her ship's hull. Mob number 101, I was just doing my job as a soldier, so no need for thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a report to make. Fortunately, Lady Fadilna Prylera's ship had managed to retain its original form despite taking a direct hit to the hull. The escape pod not activating likely meant she had lost consciousness. As I turned my gaze toward the direction the beam had come from, I saw 6 of the latest model combat vessels from the Shat company, the Vertusks, approaching. From what seemed to be the leader of the group, I received an unbelievable message. Hey, you okay? Glad my attack made it just in time. For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what he was saying. No, it was you who almost messed things up. I was just about to subdue her. But I couldn't stay silent after being interrupted, so I complained. However, he retorted, what are you talking about? The person you were fighting was the former bishop-class mercenary, Fadilna Prylera. Someone like you couldn't possibly take her down. If I hadn't made it in time, it would have been you in trouble. He brought up her rank, making it clear he wasn't willing to listen to my side of the story. Meanwhile, his comrades dragged Prylera's cockpit, along with the escape pod, out of the ship. Soon after, The local garrison and police finally arrived. While it was good they came, things only got more complicated from there. The recruits who had been gathered scattered like spiders, but most were apprehended by the local garrison and police forces. While the majority complied, some tried to flee and were shot down by the military combat vessels. Miraculously, there were no casualties. Then, there was a mix-up between the mercenaries who had infiltrated like me, the main forces of the former Vostok Marquis's wife and son, and the elite military unit that had stormed in. This led to a chaotic three-way close-quarters battle within the base. The self-proclaimed protagonist-like leader and his team claimed they had ambushed and captured the former Vostok Marquis's son, Ebels Vostok, and his wife, Kronella Vostok, as they tried to escape with funds. They used this to intimidate those around them, making the situation even more of a mess. Well, the capture of the masterminds was probably mostly true, and even if it wasn't, I had no way to verify it, so I didn't complain. However, regarding the capture of Fadil Naprilira, I had to object since he had twisted the story to suit himself. Fadil Naprilira was about to be subdued by me when you stepped in. What are you talking about? If I hadn't saved you, you'd have been done for. The leader-like man, or Ed Garblight, shot back. I thought this would turn into a pointless argument, with more people siding with Garblight and me losing out. But then, a woman in a pilot suit appeared on my side. It's undeniable that Mr. Garblight here stole Mr. Yusos's target. No, I saved him because he was in trouble. You waited until Fadil Naprilira was at a disadvantage and then stepped in at the perfect moment, didn't you? I even have video and audio evidence if you'd like to see. That's fake. It's fabricated. Garblight faltered for a moment but still tried to argue back. However, when the woman who had sided with me gave him a cold stare, he finally backed down. Upon reviewing the video and audio she presented, it was clear that Garblight had indeed intervened with the intention of stealing the credit. Stealing someone else's achievements is nothing but foolishness. It only diminishes your own value. Under her piercing gaze, Garblight made a face as if he'd bitten into something bitter and didn't say another word. Incidentally, I recognized the woman. I couldn't remember where I'd seen her before, but I definitely knew her. As I was trying to recall, the police asked for her identification. I am Major Shunra Floss of the 1st Fleet of the Central Fleet's Extermination Unit. I was here on vacation when I was approached by a suspicious recruiter, so I received permission from my direct superior to conduct an undercover investigation. As she presented her ID, the military personnel and even the police officers straightened up. Hearing this, I finally remembered where I'd seen her before. She was the secretary-like woman who had been by General Jack Brkin's side when I was being harassed by Burx. If it weren't for her, Garblight and his crew would have taken all the credit, and I'd have been left with nothing. Regardless, I was incredibly grateful, so I expressed my thanks. Thank you for your help. I was just doing my job as a soldier, so no need for thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a report to make. With that, she briskly headed toward the military vessel. First, those who had fled into space and were calmly captured by the military and police were released after questioning, while those who had tried to escape were detained overnight. Next, the mercenaries, including myself, who had been hired for the search, clashed with the elite military unit but, since there were no casualties, were let off with questioning and providing information. Incidentally, Ed Garblight seemed to have hit it off with the protagonist-like group who had ambushed the masterminds, as they had been sitting together at a table before the attack. And so, the former Vostok Marquis's wife and son, Fadil Naprilira, along with the former Vostok Marquis's private soldiers and others with arrest warrants, were captured in large numbers. Additionally, 2 former nobles who had turned to piracy after the rebellion were also arrested. The information fee was around 100,000 credits due to the large number of discoveries, but capturing Fadil Naprilira netted me a 4 million credit bounty. As for the gate that was discovered, since the discoverer was a criminal, it was confiscated by the government and will be managed by them. Physically and mentally exhausted, I managed to return to Planet It's, but if I went straight home, I'd probably not want to go out for a while. So, I decided to take care of some errands first. First, I went to see Old Man Rones to collect the information fee and bounty. Hey, long time no see. Hey, you're back. I heard you caught Fatal Neprilira, but someone else tried to steal the credit. Word travels fast. If Old Man Rones knew about it, then Hero, aka Yuri Prilira, probably knew too. I'd have to be careful. Old Man Rones continued, unaware of my concerns. That guy who tried to steal your credit, he's been causing trouble at other branches, and he's finally been caught. His method was exactly what you experienced. He'd swoop in during a dogfight when the target was just about to be taken down, claim he saved the day, and then use his connections to loudly assert that he was the one who did it, stealing the credit. How did he get away with it for so long? He used his family's influence to intimidate those whose credit he stole. By the way, the main players in the ambush were, as expected, a team of handsome and beautiful mercenaries. Along with Major Shunra Floss, who had been undercover, they'd make for a great media story. Still, there might be quite a few legitimate nobles who didn't participate in the rebellion. Anyway, here's the information fee and the bounty for capturing Fatal Neprilira, totaling 4.1 million credits. Digital currency okay? Regardless, I wanted to finish my errands quickly today and sleep until I was sick of it. After collecting the information fee and bounty at the guild, I headed straight to the usual bank, the Pavia branch of the Lask Bank, which had also helped with my father's debts, and sent a third of the 4.1 million credits, 1.37 million, as a remittance. Then, as a report and thank you for the fortune telegram Mars' accurate prediction, I headed to the fortune teller building in the bustling district. Fortunately, there were no lingering female customers, so I was able to enter her shop without any awkwardness. Oh, you made it back alive. Yeah, barely. I'm grateful for your intuition. Honestly, I hadn't thought I'd find anything, so I was genuinely thankful. Then, the grandma said, "Well then, how about showing that gratitude?" She held out her palm, so I handed her 100,000 credits, the same amount I'd received from the police for the information. "Oh, you're generous. All right, I'll give you a reading. How about your work luck from now on?" "No thanks. It's scary if it comes true." People with strong intuition tend to be accurate, and that's too scary for me. On the way to Gonzalez's place, I stopped by the usual butcher shop and bought their new product, the marrow-soaked dead meat's ambrosia. Your work always seems to get interrupted. It's gotten a lot better since the beginning, though. Gonzalez, who had heard about the credit-stealing incident, was eating the marrow-soaked dead meat's ambrosia while tapping away at a small holographic keyboard on his notebook PC. It seemed he was filling out and reviewing prescriptions for his patients. He only uses the large terminal desktop PC with a brain interface plug for his informant work, insisting on manually typing out patient prescriptions as a point of pride. At least I've managed to survive this long. When I first started as a mercenary, I was often interrupted. It was enough to break my spirit at times, but now I'm pretty much used to it. By the way, the royal banquet hosted by Her Majesty is over. Yeah, I saw it on the news. The Empress hosted a grand banquet to reward the soldiers of the Empire, especially the mercenaries who made significant contributions. Only photos of the event were made public. Among the photos were images of Arthur, Sra, Lambert, and Rosis. Later, I heard some stories from them. Miss Shat, it was as tiresome as ever. Though, I must say, it was an honor to be directly addressed by Her Majesty. Arthur, it was an honor to be acknowledged by Her Majesty. But afterward, I got surrounded by women. It was exhausting. Sra, Her Majesty was wonderful. She thanked us for our efforts and asked for our continued cooperation. But the noblewomen around us were trying to recruit the Black Demon and Arthur for their own purposes. The feathered helmet managed to escape, though. Lambert. As soon as Her Majesty spoke to me, I made a beeline for the bathroom. I couldn't stay in that place for long. Rosis, Sister Gerhilda didn't attend. I should have done the same. It was supposed to be a celebration of our victory, but some people were only interested in family lineage and wealth. It seemed like quite the ordeal. I'm glad I wasn't invited. Section. Sighed, Shunra Floss. After the rebellion was quelled, I took a vacation and visited a friend in the asteroid city. Little did I know I'd get caught up in something like this. I could have ignored it, but since it might have been related to Marquis Vostok, the ringleader of the rebellion, I consulted General Brkin. He told me to infiltrate, so I apologized to my friend and went undercover. As it turned out, I hit the jackpot. The group that attacked the ringleader group was clumsy but successful. However, there was a flaw. One of the ringleader escaped. I chased after them, but someone had already blocked their escape route, and a fierce dogfight broke out. Just as the fight was about to end, the group that arrived after me and only watched from a distance, then jumped in at the last moment to steal the kill. I had recorded everything for evidence, so I proved their interference. What surprised me was the person who had been holding off the enemy. It was John Uzos, someone I had been ordered to investigate by General Brkin before. His combat skills were on par with the ace pilots of the military. I'm a combat pilot myself, but I'd be no match for him. It seems General Brkin's interest in him wasn't misplaced. I'll report this for now. Section Side. Third-person perspective. In the General's office at the Imperial Military Headquarters, Jack Balder Brkin was reviewing a report submitted by his subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel Shunra Floss. His stern face broke into a smile. One shot to the nozzle against a bishop-class enemy? Even if it was to sell the captured ship for money, that's no easy feat. And he didn't hit anything but the nozzle. I even checked his past records from the Mercenary Guild. He hasn't taken on many high-profile jobs. He happily shared the report's contents with the person in front of him. His work is solid, though, especially in pirate suppression. After some initial failures, from the third year onward, he's had a 97% success rate in disabling enemies by targeting their nozzles or weapons. I watched the footage, and it was impressive. The person reviewing the report with General Brkin was a woman about a decade younger, with purple eyes and long blonde hair tied back. Her uniform bore the rank of captain and a badge indicating she was an instructor within the military. Even Mistress Michelia Brubule, who was feared as the Crimson Flash during her active pilot days and is now known as the Demon Instructor, would agree with that. The general smiled, but Captain Brubule sighed deeply. "Please stop calling me mistress, General Brkin. You're my superior," she half-heartedly protested. "You helped me out during military academy exams, so it's not wrong, is it? You were barely passing despite being a noble. It's a wonder you made it to general. That's thanks to my battlefield achievements and, reluctantly, my family's influence." The two were classmates at the military academy, one the son of a marquis, the other a commoner. Despite their differences, they became equals and even more than friends, now comrades who had survived the battlefield together. "So, what do you think of him?" The general tapped the report on John Uzos with his finger. "Based on the data and footage, as an instructor, I'd give him a good. He has no significant flaws, and there's nothing to improve, so he's just good. But as an active pilot, he'd be a troublesome enemy." Captain Brubule's eyes were as sharp as they had been during her active days. "If you're saying that, then he's clearly capable. He's a craftsman. He's honed his skills through many unglamorous jobs. I can see why you'd want him as a resource." The general smiled, and Captain Brubule gave her full approval. "But I doubt he'd join. He doesn't seem to have a good impression of the military." "Then why the evaluation? It's good to have emergency reserves, isn't it?" The general stood up and moved to a cabinet on the side of the room. "There are a few others I'd like you to look at." "Stay with me a bit longer." He took out a bottle of whiskey, glasses, and a nice pail. Seeing this, Captain Brubule sighed deeply. "Your habit of bringing in contraband hasn't changed since our academy days." She resignedly accepted the glass of whiskey with ice. "You'll still stay, won't you?" "If it's work, sure." The general clinked his glass against hers, and the clear sound echoed through the office. Section Side. Third-person perspective. In the palace conference room, the Empress and high officials were gathered for a serious meeting. 2 hours had already passed since it began. The initial agenda items were quickly resolved, but the final topic was taking time. The topic was the Empire's direction after the rebellion. "First and foremost, we must retaliate against the kingdom of Nek-Ilma. We have solid evidence they were behind this rebellion. The environmental minister, known for his militant stance, raised his voice. Nonsense. What we need now is domestic stability. Many foolish nobles have been stripped of their titles, imprisoned, or executed. We must restore what they've plundered. Moreover, some families of the rebels have turned to piracy, worsening public order. The finance minister, known for his stinginess, also raised his voice. This sparked a heated debate among the attendees. What if they invade while we're recovering? The imperial forces that performed well in the rebellion are only about half of our strength. The units that joined the rebellion are nearly unscathed, but the soldiers are exhausted, and our fleets and ammunition are depleted. With the new weapon of the 7th Fleet, the kingdom of Nek-Ilma is nothing to fear. They wouldn't dare attack us. That's complacency. It's the kingdom of Nek-Ilma that's complacent. They think we're busy with post-rebellion cleanup, but to invade them now. Enough. The Empress's voice cut through the chaos, and silence fell over the room. After a moment, the Empress spoke again. Retaliation against the kingdom of Nek-Ilma, economic recovery, and maintaining domestic order, all are important. We cannot neglect any of them, but if we fight among ourselves, we'll only give our enemies an opening. What about this? Duke, let's hear your proposal again. Under the Empress's gaze, the old Duke, who had remained silent until now, stood up. Everyone's concerns are valid. Neither can be neglected. So, those worried about the kingdom of Nek-Ilma should focus on border security and the surrounding area's recovery. But we must not attack first. Wait for them to make a move and create a pretext. The rest should focus on rebuilding their own territories and neighboring regions. If the kingdom of Nek-Ilma invades, we'll leave minimal defenses in our territories and meet them with our full force. This way, both concerns are addressed. The Duke proposed a compromise. Then they all looked at each other in surprise. Truly, Duke, a brilliant idea. Almost all the participants said in praise. Seizing the moment, the Empress pressed on. Then let this be communicated to all nobles. Everyone, prepare and begin execution as soon as possible. As you wish. And so, the long meeting came to an end. On the way to the Empress's office afterward, the Duke asked, "Was it really all right, Your Majesty?" "The proposal was your idea, yet I presented it." The Duke was asking the Empress if it was all right for him to make the proposal he had just made, instead of the person who had made it. "It's fine. If I had proposed it, they might have dismissed it as the girl's idea. But if it comes from you, uncle, they'll accept it." Both domestic stability and defense against external enemies are crucial. Besides, this is something anyone could have thought of. The Empress smiled in response. The Duke smiled, not as a subject but as a fond uncle. "If this old man can be of use to Your Majesty's governance, I have nothing more to say." "Thank you, uncle." For a moment, it wasn't relationship of ruler and subject, but of niece and uncle. Mob number 102. I've just become a mercenary. I look forward to working with you. The day after visiting Gonzalez, I decided to take care of various household matters after dropping off my ship at the old man's place for maintenance. First was the absolutely necessary cleaning. You might think I should have cleaning robots since I'm often away, but I deliberately don't have them. Doing the anachronistic cleaning by hand when I return home gives me a sense of being part of everyday life. The garbage doesn't accumulate while I'm away working, but it will start piling up from today, so I'll take it out on a workday. For laundry, if I stay on the ship for more than a week, I either wash clothes in the ship's shower or visit a coin laundry if there's a populated planet or colony nearby. This last job took a week, and there was a coin laundry, so I'd already done my laundry once. I only had about 2 days worth of laundry, but it's better to wash it than not. After that, the next task was shopping. I needed to go to the supermarket to buy groceries for today, but I had to be careful about the quantity. It would be wasteful to buy too much. By the time I finished and returned home, it was past noon, so I started preparing lunch. My cooking is simple bachelor food, easy dishes with lots of pre-made side dishes. Once that was done, I finally had time for hobbies. I lazily browsed chat sites, anime official sites, and video posting sites. After enjoying this lifestyle for about 2 days, on the third day, I began preparing to go back to work. First, I did the laundry, cleaned, took out the garbage, and used up all the food in the refrigerator for breakfast and lunch. After that, I packed my change of clothes, light novels, manga, and other items to load onto the ship, and paid the rent to my landlord. I ate dinner out to avoid creating garbage. If I did have any garbage, I'd take it to the disposal area in the basement. That night, I avoided using the internet and went to bed early. The next morning, I left home immediately after waking up and getting ready, having breakfast at a cafe or fast food place. Then I picked up my ship from the old man and headed to the Mercenary Guild. Upon arriving at the Mercenary Guild, my first stop was the dock's fuel stand to fill up the tank. Only after that could I finally head to the counter. Of course, I went to see Uncle Rones. "Hey, did you enjoy your vacation?" "Well, yeah, not much change from the usual break, though. Quite a few of those fallen nobles have been arrested. Some of the jobs you like should be coming back." Uncle showed me one request after another, selecting them from a list. "Ah, this one looks good." Among them, the one that caught my eye was, job description, security at a colony dismantling site. Duration, approximately 15 days in Galactic Standard Time. 3-shift system with 8 hours of continuous duty followed by 16 hours of standby, rest. Work environment, free use of lodging facilities, capsule hotel style, in the management colony, free meals provided, spacecraft fuel provided. Conditions: must bring your own spacecraft. Repair costs for damage to your spacecraft come out of your own pocket. Must respond, deploy even during standby, rest time in case of emergency. For the above reason, no leaving the colony during standby, rest time. Reward, 300,000 credits, fixed. This was a typical security job. There might even be some temporary income from debris collection. "I'll take this one, please." Security at a colony dismantling site. "Huh? That's just like you." Uncle Rones processed the paperwork for me with a somewhat ironic smile. The planet Sanomakota, formerly under Viscount Satuk's domain and currently under Baron Dartless's domain, had an atmosphere and gravity suitable for human survival. However, due to the massive, ferocious, and rare native creatures, it was developed not as a residential planet but as a tourist destination. The colony being dismantled had served as a base for tourism, but had reached the end of its usefulness due to aging facilities. Viscount Satuk, who had been the lord, had embezzled the dismantling costs for personal use, making it impossible even to dispose of it by dropping it into the star. However, Viscount Satuk himself participated in the recent rebellion and was stripped of his title, and Baron Dartless took over the territory. Baron Dartless then invested his personal funds to sell everything inside the colony for reuse. He planned to recycle the entire colony, sell it off, recover his investment, restore financial resources, and create temporary employment. That was the information I received from Gonzalez before departure. Of course, a management colony, a facility-concentrated work-based colony, had been set up to enhance the working environment. This facility-concentrated work-based colony was slightly shorter than a regular cylindrical colony. 2 of the 3 islands were docking areas, and the remaining island had a massive building occupying half of its area, containing lodging facilities, dining facilities, relaxation facilities, sports facilities, and multi-purpose halls of various sizes. The other half of the site had a green park and storage warehouses. I would be staying here during the job period. Unfortunately, there was no debris work to help with. After receiving precautions and shift schedules at the management colony, I started working right away. Nothing happened for the first 2 days. The incident for me occurred at the end of my shift on the 3rd day. After my shift ended, I had finished dinner and taken a bath, and was heading back to my room when, "Excuse me." Someone called out to me in the hallway. "Ah, yes?" The person who called out to me was a girl, probably about high school age, slightly shorter than me, with dark brown skin, golden eyes, and black hair in a ponytail, wearing a moss green pilot suit. It's not illegal for minors to work as mercenaries, so it shouldn't be a problem as long as it's not forced, like it was during my student days. When I stopped, She stood at attention. "Are you John Os?" and asked with a serious expression. I had a really bad feeling, but it seemed pointless to lie, so I answered honestly. There was no point in lying when she could easily check the roster. "Yes, that's me." "I see. I am Shiora de Lopez. I've been looking for you." "What business do you have with me?" "During the recent rebellion suppression, I participated on the rebel side as a representative of my father, Baron Austin de Lopez, who was bedridden. I was shot down by you. Fortunately, I managed to escape and survive." She, Ms. de Lopez, told me this surprising fact with a calm expression. Well, the fact that a girl was looking for me meant this wasn't going to be a straightforward conversation. "I see." I slowly reached for the gun at my waist, trying not to be noticed. They say what happens on the battlefield shouldn't be held as a grudge, but it's natural for some people to bear grudges. Nobles in particular tend to have this tendency. Still, I didn't want to be killed, so even though I'm not good at gunfights, I had no choice. "While I was thinking this," she said, "but thanks to that, I avoided being hit by the red beam from the silver ship with black lines, and I was shot down because of my own inexperience. There's no reason to hold a grudge against you. My father also taught me not to hold grudges over what happens on the battlefield." Still with a calm expression, she conveyed that she had no intention of attacking. "Well, I guess it's better than being taken out by Ms. Gerhilda's prominent arrow beam." Anyway, since she seemed to have no intention of attacking, I took my hand off my gun. "So what do you really want?" I asked her. If it wasn't a grudge about being shot down, what business could she possibly have with me? Fortunately, with the Empress's pardon, I became a free person, and my father recovered from his illness. I was originally planning to graduate from the National Luthorem Academy High School's Spacecraft Combat Department and join the military, but I had to drop out because of my participation in the rebellion. Since returning to school or enlisting in the military would be difficult, I decided to contribute to maintaining peace in the Empire as a mercenary. "Did the school tell her to quit if you wanted to join the army?" "Since it was actually forced on her, I don't think there would be any problem if she wanted to return to school or enlist. But for her, it's probably a matter of personal honor." I was thinking that she'd had a rough time, but her next words completely confused me. "So, I was curious about what kind of person Khaki Dust who shot me down was, which is why I approached you." "Huh? Why?" "Even if she didn't hold a grudge, wouldn't a normal person avoid meeting someone who shot them down? But the fact that she remembered my ship's color like a nickname and went out of her way to find me, does this mean she actually harbors a deep grudge and is declaring some kind of social vendetta?" While such thoughts were running through my head and I was completely confused, she said, "I've just become a mercenary. I look forward to working with you." And with that, she gave a perfect salute and smiled brightly. Mob number 103, "Moreover, I don't recall ever permitting you to call me so familiarly by my name." 5 days had passed since she, Shiora de Lopez, greeted me, but nothing particularly unusual had happened. Since we shared the same shift and days off, I had expected her to come up with all sorts of creative ways to harass me. However, that wasn't the case. The most that happened was a polite nod when we passed each other in the cafeteria or hallway. To be honest, I felt a bit let down. What was all that pressure I sensed during her initial greeting? If anything, I was terrified of what she might be plotting behind my back. If this were a story with a clueless protagonist, I'd probably go investigate her actions, accidentally stumble into a lucky pervert situation, and end up becoming friends with her. But in my case, it would likely end with me being hauled off to the police. So, I decided it was best not to investigate. I just hoped things would continue peacefully, but that was wishful thinking. 6 days after her greeting, as I finished my shift, had a meal, and was leaving the cafeteria, a young man, around the same age as Ms. de Lopez and not a mercenary but seemingly a dismantling worker, blocked my path. "Can I help you?" "You? How dare you act so casually after what you did to her?" The young man suddenly hurled insults at me. At first, I was confused, but I quickly understood what he was talking about. Still, I decided to play dumb. "Who are you talking about?" "Shiora. You're the one who shot her down, aren't you?" "I've seen her staring at your ship sometimes." "Ah, I see where this is going. It seems she told this guy a heavily embellished version of how I shot her down. His loud voice drew the attention of the people around us, and soon a crowd had gathered. At this rate, even if the mercenaries didn't care, the workers would definitely see me as the villain. For those who aren't mercenaries or soldiers, there's an unwritten rule in the battlefield: no grudges are held after the battle. Does that matter? Someone like you trying to kill her is unforgivable. Well, it would be a big deal if it happened in the city. But this was on the battlefield. Then you should have been the one shot down. Oh no. This guy. He seems like the same type as Yuri Prylia aka Hiro-kun, a hot-blooded justice seeker. These types tend to listen to girls, pretty boys, or those who look like good people, but they rarely pay attention to men who look ugly or intimidating. Talking it out probably won't work. Anything I say will just fuel his anger. I could silence him with my weakest laser blaster, but he's unarmed, so I can't just attack him. Besides, firing a weapon in the city or colony outside of an emergency would get me arrested, and it would leave a terrible impression on everyone around. Still, I have to admire his guts for picking a fight with an armed mercenary. He's probably used to fighting, and he likely figured I'm weak in close combat based on my appearance. Well, he's not wrong about that. He probably thinks I shot her down using sneaky tactics or a surprise attack, but that's just how it goes on the battlefield. Either way, I have no reason to let him hit me, and if I run, I'll just be chased around like a fly. What should I do? What's going on here? As I was pondering, Shiora Dialab has appeared on the scene. Had she come to check on the results of the harassment she'd orchestrated? Shiora, this is the guy who shot you down, right? I've seen you glaring at his ship. Now's your chance for revenge since he's not on his ship. I'll help you. The young man flashed a bright smile and offered to join forces with her. I expected her to thank him, either with a smile of delight or a look of anger, and then join him in attacking me. But instead, I was part of the rebel forces in the previous war, so I was shot down by a mercenary hired by the Empire. But that's only natural since we were on opposite sides of the battlefield. She responded with the same calm demeanor as before, giving a model soldier mercenary reaction. But one wrong move and you could have died. That makes you a victim. Let's take care of this guy right now. In contrast, the young man was burning with passion. Shiora coolly countered his argument. Exchanging lives is a given on the battlefield. I've shot down over a dozen enemy ships myself. To those who survived and hold a grudge against me, I'm the one who should be taken down. The young man finally seemed to understand that just as she had shot down enemies, there were likely people who survived and held grudges against her. First of all, when did I ever say I held a grudge against that mercenary? Ms. Dialapaz pressed him with a calm yet anger-filled tone. Being shot down was frustrating, but it was only because I was inexperienced. I'm lucky to have survived at all. I don't hold a grudge against the one who shot me down. When I told my story to you and a few others, I made that clear. I never mentioned a name or specific details. So why did you assume that person was the one who shot me down? She applied immense pressure, cornering the young man. But you were glaring at his ship. I wasn't glaring. I was just curious because it's a type of ship I've never operated before. The young man tried to justify his assumption, but Shiora shut him down. From the flow of the conversation, it seemed she had shared her story but never mentioned my name. Moreover, I don't recall ever permitting you to call me so familiarly by my name. Her face clearly showed anger as she spoke to the young man. Given her military training and battlefield experience, she was in a completely different league from this non-combatant who was only good at fighting, leaving the young man crushed by the fact that he wasn't even considered a friend by her. I headed to my room. For some reason, Ms. Dialapaz followed me. I'm sorry, Mr. Yuzos. This whole mess happened because I shared my story. She apologized for the commotion. Don't worry about it. I was at a loss for what to do, so you really helped me out. Honestly, I was truly saved. If things had continued, I'd either have been beaten up or ended up shooting him. And either way, someone would have gotten hurt. It seems she doesn't intend to seek revenge on me, at least not for now. So, I decided to ask her something that had been on my mind. Mob number 104, all right, All right. You win. I have no intention of getting close to her again. Okay? End of discussion. I have something I want to ask you. Is that okay? I stopped in my tracks after confirming there was no one around and spoke to her. Miss Dilapaz. What is it? She also stopped walking. How did you manage to find me? This was the biggest mystery. The number of combat ships I've shot down, both manned and unmanned, is quite substantial, and there are plenty of others around who've achieved similar results. On top of that, in the heat of battle, you have to pay attention to every direction, so it's not easy to keep track of your opponent. In response to my question, she straightened her posture and answered, I know my unit faced off against the 11th Fleet. Since the combat ships of the regular forces are standardized, it was clear that your ship wasn't part of them. You were a mercenary. From there, I asked an acquaintance in the military. I remembered the color of your ship. I see. It's not surprising that someone in the military would have access to my assignment information. Still, it's impressive that she managed to remember the features of my ship in the chaos of battle. I see. Well, one more thing. When we first met, you called me khaki dust. That wasn't just about the color of my ship, was it? What did you mean by that? This was the next question. She had referred to the color of my ship's paint as if it were some kind of epithet, a nickname. Epithets, or nicknames, aren't officially documented, but they're typically given to individuals who've achieved significant accomplishments, at least at the bishop rank. The only exception is Lambert-kun, or rather, Rossis-san. If you're at that level of skill, you might turn one. By the way, if you're not even at the bishop rank and you start calling yourself by an epithet, you'll definitely be laughed at. In response to my question, she seemed oddly excited. I heard this from my military acquaintance as well. Some of the forces you faced referred to you by that epithet. Why? I've only been doing behind-the-scenes work that's dull and practical. Why would I get an epithet? And I'm only at the knight rank. Well, I guess rank doesn't matter to the enemy, and they wouldn't know unless I told them. It's fortunate that not many people are using it, but that military acquaintance of hers must know about it. In that case, does Major Burx know about it too? If so, he'll definitely try to recruit me again. Ugh, what a hassle. Well, I'll deal with it if it happens. Then I decided to ask the core question. One more thing. Why did you tell him your personal story? If she shared her personal story, it could reveal that she's sided with the rebels, but it would also ensure that my information gets passed on to others. She probably anticipated that the young man would act the way he did and used that opportunity to cut him off. This is just my speculation, but if it's true, she's a terrifyingly cunning woman. Well, at first, it wasn't him. I was talking to some girls around my age who were part-time demolition workers, and they asked me why I became a mercenary. I tried to refuse at first, but they kept pushing, so I ended up telling them. As she started talking about how she shared her personal story, I noticed she seemed oddly happy. Maybe she doesn't have many friends and isn't used to talking to other girls her age. Then, while I was talking, that guy suddenly showed up and started talking to me in a really familiar way. I see. That young man is a block of communication violence. I use the term block of communication violence to describe people who, even when meeting someone for the first time, address them casually, drop honorifics, and force their way into conversations. Ancient texts apparently had a shorter way of describing such people. I know it's biased, but I've encountered them a few times and have been inconvenienced by them. Well, even if it was just a coincidence that he was nearby, the fact that she shared her personal story caused trouble for me. So, even if it's unclear how effective it will be, I need to make this clear. If you feel bad about what happened, I'd appreciate it if you could refrain from sharing your personal story to avoid creating more misunderstandings like this. Also, let's keep our distance as before. If we happen to cross paths, a simple nod will suffice. That's better for both of us. Yes, I'll make sure not to talk about it in the future. For some reason, she responded with a salute. She's being very solemn. But, is she okay? If this attitude is calculated, it's honestly a bit scary. After that, 6 days passed without incident. The demolition work was progressing smoothly. and everything was expected to be completed on the final day. Miss Dilopaz kept her distance even more than before. I didn't confirm it, but I think she stopped glancing at my ship too. I thought everything would end without any issues. But on the morning of the final day, that young man appeared in front of me again. It was definitely going to be a hassle, but he didn't seem like he'd leave without a conversation. "What do you want? Fight me in a VR dogfight?" For a moment, I didn't understand what he was saying. Challenging a mercenary who's been piloting combat ships to a VR dogfight is already questionable, but more importantly, I don't see the point. "Huh? Why?" So I genuinely asked. In response, he looked angry and, "You shot down Shiora, right? I bet you used some cowardly trick. In VR, you can't use those tricks. So I'll beat you down. If I win, don't ever get close to Shiora again." I'm pretty sure he got scolded for calling Miss Dilopaz by her first name so casually. He's got strong nerves. Truly a block of communication violence. Or maybe they became friends after that and he got her permission? Well, as he said, I have no intention of getting close to her or even wanting to. If that's the case, this is simple. All right, you win. I have no intention of getting close to her again. Okay? End of discussion. I never planned to get involved with Miss Dilopaz anyway, and if a mercenary loses to a civilian, that weird epithet will probably disappear too. When he heard that, the young man looked stunned for a moment, then grinned triumphantly and said, "Of course, a coward like you would never win a fair fight. Don't you dare get close to Shiora again," he shouted loudly, looking pleased, and then walked away. Finally, I can get back to work. I left the area, boarded my ship, and began my security duties. Mob number 105. I don't need someone weaker than me to protect me. If you keep bothering me, I won't hold back next time, okay? Sighed Shiora Dilopaz. I was exceptional. During training at school, I had never lost to anyone, seniors, classmates, juniors, or even instructors. The instructors, in what seemed like sour grapes, would say that I was still far from matching the skills of veteran mercenaries or military aces, but I believed I could beat them. When I joined the rebel army as my father's representative, I never dreamed I'd be shot down. In fact, at first, I took down several enemy units. Neither the regular military soldiers nor the mercenaries were a match for me. After the preliminary skirmishes, where I could show off my skills to those around me, the real battles began. My unit faced off against the 11th Fleet and its subordinate mercenary forces. Of course, I took down several units at first. I thought the light brown unit I targeted next would be an easy takedown too. But, the moment I locked onto the light brown unit in my sights, it vanished from view, only to reappear behind me and fire a beam. I managed to dodge and keep up, but when I fired back, it effortlessly evaded my attacks. Not only that, but light brown plane enemy was also taking down other units while dodging my attacks. It was as if it was using me, someone too weak to be shot down, as bait to lure in its prey. And it wasn't just once or twice. It kept doing it over and over. Frustrated, I tried to close in on the light brown unit, but it slipped away again and attacked other units. At some point, it occurred to me, was this light brown unit perfectly predicting my every move? Or was it using some kind of psychic ability to read my mind? The thought made me feel like I was in the palm of some enormous hand, and an indescribable fear washed over me. It was then that I finally understood the truth behind what my instructor had said in what I thought was just sour grapes. You're still far from matching the skills of veteran mercenaries or military aces. And the next moment, my ship shook violently. I'd been hit by that veteran mercenary in the light brown unit I'd been so afraid of. Luckily, or perhaps intentionally, the shot hit my thruster nozzle. The moment I realized this, I activated the emergency escape system without even checking my surroundings. As I retreated from the battlefield, unharmed, I felt a mix of relief at surviving, frustration at being used as bait and then discarded, and shame at how overconfident I'd been. I couldn't help but choke back a sob. Just before being rescued by a cargo ship in friendly territory, I witnessed a band of red lights streak across the battlefield toward our side. After the light passed, there was nothing left, Not even the unit I'd belonged to. I didn't know what that red light was, but it seemed I'd survived only because the light brown unit had taken me down. Later, the red light annihilated our forces, sealing the rebel army's defeat. Thanks to the Empress's mercy during the post-war proceedings, I was allowed to return to my parents instead of being imprisoned. Fortunately, my father's illness had improved, and my parents suggested I re-enroll at the National Luthorem Academy's high school. However, it was unlikely I'd be allowed to return after opposing the Empress. I'd originally planned to become a soldier, but since I'd joined the rebels, that path was now closed. With that, I concluded that the only way to put my skills to use was to become a mercenary. That's when I remembered the light brown unit that had toyed with me and shattered my pride. I wanted revenge. I wanted to win, but the unwritten rule of the battlefield is to leave no grudges behind. So instead, I decided I wanted to join the mercenary guild where that light brown unit belonged. I thought that if I could observe that kind of combat up close, it might help me grow. However, I didn't know which guild the light brown unit belonged to. So, I decided to ask my cousin on my mother's side, Shunara. Shunara Floss, my mother's niece, is a lieutenant colonel in the Imperial Army and currently serves as the adjutant in the 1st Fleet of the Central Fleet's Suppression Force. I'd always admired Shunara, and it was because of her that I'd aspired to become a soldier. It was unfortunate that we'd ended up on opposite sides in the war, but I had no choice but to rely on her, as she was well informed. Thankfully, Shunara agreed to help me and was genuinely happy to hear I'd survived. After hearing your story and doing some research, the mercenary in the light brown unit you faced is John Newsos. He belongs to the Mercenary Guild on Planet It's. I couldn't hide my tension at Shunara's words. From the photo, he looked slightly overweight, worn out, and unremarkable, but having experienced his strength firsthand, the fact that he didn't look intimidating made him even more terrifying. Shunara asked me in detail about my encounter with him. She seemed eager to learn more about skilled mercenaries. After exchanging information, Shunara offered me a position in the military. She said no one in her 1st Fleet would care about my past. I would have jumped at the opportunity under normal circumstances, but as a matter of principle, I politely declined. And so, I made my debut as a mercenary at the ITS branch of the Mercenary Guild. My first job as a mercenary was a security detail at a dismantled colony, introduced to me by the stunning receptionist, Zystol, who'd registered me. Thankfully, I spotted Mr. Usos almost immediately upon arriving at the site. I wanted to talk to him, but I didn't know what to say and spent 2 days agonizing over it. On the 3rd day, I finally worked up the courage to approach him at the end of my shift. When I spoke to him, it turned out he didn't remember me at all. Even after I told him I was the one he'd shot down, he remained calm and didn't try to assert dominance. Just as I'd felt from the photo, the overwhelming pressure I'd felt on the battlefield was nowhere to be found. I would have loved to challenge him to a simulation match during our downtime, but since my job required me to be on standby at all times, I had to hold back. On top of that, while I'd struggled to make friends in school due to my competitive environment and my awkwardness with anything other than formal conversation, here I'd managed to get along well with some girls my age who were also workers. Things were going well when a guy my age started getting overly familiar with me. Since we were the same age, I didn't expect him to use formal language, but his overly friendly attitude left a bad impression. A few days later, I saw that guy bothering Mr. Usos. He was shouting things like "It's for her, it's revenge, and I'll take you down." So, I decided to warn him about his behavior, including his overly familiar attitude. Later, Mr. Usos asked me how I'd found him, why I referred to his ship's color like a nickname, and why I'd shared personal details with that guy. When I answered honestly, he advised me to be more cautious about sharing personal information. After that, my interactions with Mr. Usos were limited to polite nods. I'd wanted to ask him for a simulation match at the end of the job, but that became impossible because of that guy. The thought of it being his fault made me furious. Still, I managed to get through the job, and on the final day, after my shift, I planned to have a sweets party with Miyu and Tenoi, the girls I'd become friends with. By the way, The rule was that even after your shift ended, you had to stay until everyone's shift was over. As we enjoyed cakes and parfaits at a cafe in the colony, that overly familiar guy showed up. Listen, Shiora. That coward admitted defeat to me in a dogfight. I told him never to get near you again, so you're safe now, he boasted smugly. I couldn't believe this civilian could beat a veteran mercenary like Mr. Yuzos. I doubted he even owned a combat vessel. Then, Tenoi, who'd apparently witnessed the scene, explained, this morning, I saw him picking a fight with that stocky security guy. He was talking about a VR match, but the guy just brushed him off with the air. Sure, you win. That made sense. Mr. Yuzos didn't seem to care about his reputation, so he'd probably just humored him. But what was this guy thinking? I'd already warned him not to call me by my name so familiarly, and now, by claiming he told Mr. Yuzos to stay away from me, he'd made it even harder for me to ask for that simulation match. As I've told you before, I don't recall giving you permission to call me by my name so familiarly. If you keep bothering me, I'll report you to the police. I warned him. Why are you being like this? I'm doing this for you. I'm protecting you, he shouted angrily, grabbing my left wrist with his right hand. Let go. This counts as assault, you know. I'm not letting go. When he refused to release me, I decided to act in self-defense. I stood up from my chair, pulled my left hand back while pushing his elbow up with my right hand to lock the joint, swept his legs from the left, and used my arm to slam him onto the floor. I'd meant to hold back, but it seemed I'd slammed him down too hard, leaving him immobilized from the pain. Looking down at him, I warned, I don't need someone weaker than me to protect me. If you keep bothering me, I won't hold back next time, okay? I lightly touched the gun at my waist as I spoke. Oh, okay, I get it, he stammered in fear. As the staff escorted him away, Miu and Tenoi held out their palms to me. So, following their lead, I clapped my hands together with a loud clap. Special Chapter 1, I want to blame it on the alcohol. All right, to celebrate the victory of our team, Crystal Weed, in the Rebel Suppression Commemorative Cup, cheers. Cheers. At the lead of Nilkarad, the owner and leader of the planet racing team Crystal Weed, glasses filled with drinks were raised high into the air. We, the members of the planet racing team Crystal Weed, had reserved a private room in a bustling satellite colony on the planet Negora. We were currently in the main area of the colony, holding a victory celebration for our win in the Rebel Suppression Commemorative Cup with the rest of our team. Well, even if we had lost, we would have still planned a consolation party. By the way, sometimes we hold victory parties after business ends, but those tend to have more of a reporting vibe. So, it's nice to have a purely fun celebration once in a while. This izakaya, Ajimaru, is famous for its delicious chicken dishes. Right now, the usual setup was rearranged. Tables were pushed together to form an island, and we were sitting around it casually. About an hour into the celebration, hey, Schooner, you saw that guy with clairvoyance before the race, right? Arrow, who was quite drunk, leaned on me and started talking about something that happened before the race. Yeah, I did. What about it? I had indeed seen Yuzos, the guy who she nicknamed Clairvoyance, but we didn't have conversation. At that time, you seemed really bothered that he was with a girl from that kind of business. Do you think you lost to her or something? That's ridiculous. Despite my denial, Arrow grinned and kept pushing the topic. It's true that I felt a little frustrated at the time, but when I thought about it, he wasn't interested in me anyway. His taste in women was probably completely different from me. I didn't see him as a potential romantic interest either. From a business perspective, he was either someone I wanted to bring to our side or someone who would be a nuisance if I couldn't. Really? Well, setting aside the clairvoyance guy's preferences, are you upset that you lost to the girl from that kind of business in terms of feminine charm? Oh, but if that's the case, I could help you out. No, thank you. Ignoring my refusal, Arrow scanned me from head to toe. First, you've got to make use of those long legs. High heels, stockings, and a miniskirt are classics, right? Bare legs are fine too. Then, we'd have to figure out what to do with the upper half. She doesn't listen to my denial and started making suggestions. As I tried to stop her, The accountant girl nearby, who had apparently been listening, chimed in with a serious expression despite her flushed face. Yes. In that case, I think a tube top for a casual look or a suit for a formal one would work. Following her, Finno, a mechanic who was quite drunk and had glassy eyes, joined in. Yep. I think a long skirt with a young lady's style would suit Schooner. And then, as if that opened the floodgates, everyone at the table started throwing out their own ideas. If it were me, I'd go for a trashy tracksuit. I'd just wear a coat over my underwear, cat ears and a tail, with "na" at the end of every sentence. No, Schooner's more of a dog person. Then sneakers, denim, and a t-shirt, a completely non-sexy style. The table erupted into chaos as everyone started suggesting what I, Schooner Noswile, should wear if I were in that line of business. I'd like to think this happened because everyone was drunk and the table was full of women. Aero and the others started discussing outfits they'd want to see me in, frills, bodycon dresses, and even began using a dress-up app to try different looks on a photo of me. As I was trying to find a way to stop them, suddenly, "That's enough, all of you." Our manager, Marina Lujanite, raised her voice. Marina was the de facto sub-leader of Crystal Weed, handling race commands, schedule management, sponsor contracts, race selections, and coordination with business. She was the only person Nilkarad couldn't boss around. Being very serious by nature, she must have had enough of seeing me being teased like this. "From what I've been hearing, you're all choosing outfits that Schooner would never wear or that wouldn't even suit her. What's the point?" At Marina's scolding, Aero and the others looked embarrassed and stopped what they were doing. I thought that would be the end of it. But then Marina surprised everyone with her own suggestion. Schooner would obviously look best in a loosely fitted host-style suit or a pure white tuxedo. The look on Marina's face was the same as the female fans who treated me like a prince. I had no idea Marina was into that. But thinking about it, I heard she was the one who pushed for the male version of the Sylphid Gospel poster, and the clothes she gave me as gifts were often men's outfits, which she said were for disguises. Could it be that the reason I've been treated more like a prince since becoming a racer is because of her schemes? Marina joined Aero and the others saying, "Let's pair this jacket with these pants," and started using the dress-up app herself. At this point, I realized it was better to just give up on stopping them. After all, everyone was drunk, so there was no way to reason with them. The celebration finally ended 4 hours after it started. I settled the bill with Samitani, the organizer who didn't drink because of accounting responsibilities. We didn't go for a second round of drinks but instead called a taxi to go home. On the way, we bought some yakitori and fried chicken as souvenirs for the people back at Seed 1, which was also our home. After dropping everyone off at their rooms, I ate the yakitori I bought for myself and decided to download the dress-up app Aero and the others had been using. The app let you easily try on outfits using your own photo, and it was apparently meant to help with shopping for clothes. I remembered how happy and excited I was when I got to try on real clothes at the headquarters of the cosmetics brand Sylphid Gospel. If it was this easy to have fun with it, I could understand why Aero and the others were so into it. While browsing the accessories, I found a pair of cat ears and, on a whim, tried them on my photo. Before I knew it, I muttered, "Naya nin." I only found out that Aero had overheard me the next morning. Special Chapter 2. The Turning Point Incident. 9 years ago, at Starry Sky Faculty High School in Tarak Town, Pavia City, CAD area, Planetids. It was a day in July, just a few days before summer vacation. After the first semester's final exams had ended, I was summoned by Mr. Marty Gainsbourg, the Imperial History teacher and life guidance counselor, to the faculty room after school. I wasn't a troublemaker, aside from my otaku hobbies, so I couldn't think of any reason why I'd be called in. Maybe it was about my grades, but if that were the case, my homeroom teacher would have called me. Regardless, ignoring a teacher's summons would only cause more problems, so I had no choice but to go. "Excuse me," I said as I opened the faculty room door. Since it was after school, there were only a few teachers around, and I quickly spotted Mr. Gainsbourg. "Mr. Gainsbourg, it's Yuzos from Class 1D. Mr. Gainsborough was a tall man with neatly parted blonde hair, round glasses, and an intellectual air that made him seem strict. Despite his appearance, he was rumored to be skilled in some form of martial arts and had apparently taken down several knife-wielding delinquents. "Ah, you're here. Let's get straight to the point, Yuzos. Your grades this semester aren't great, huh? Really? I thought I'd managed to avoid failing, but maybe I'd been closer to the edge than I realized." "Yeah, most of it's careless mistakes, but that's not the main issue. The real topic is this. I hear you're into anime and stuff, right?" "Yes." "I'm not saying that's bad, but for recommendation letters, we need to include students' hobbies to get a sense of their character. However, at some of the better universities, there are still a lot of old-fashioned professors who don't look too kindly on those kinds of interests. I thought anime and manga had gained some respect these days, but it seemed there were still plenty of people who looked down on them. I felt a bit sad about that. Here's the thing. To improve your recommendation letter, how about taking on a live-in part-time job?" "A part-time job?" Mr. Gainsborough had suggested a part-time job. "That's right. A live-in job that'll take up your entire summer vacation." "You mean the whole summer?" "Whether you participate or not is up to you, but if you don't, your recommendation letter will stay as it is, and you might struggle with college applications. It's best to listen to the advice of your elders." Honestly, I didn't want to do it because I wanted to attend summer events, but Mr. Gainsborough was rumored to be a baron or viscount, a noble with more power than the commoner principal. Combined with his martial prowess, no teacher dared to oppose him. Of course, that was just a rumor, but as an otaku at the bottom of the school's social hierarchy, I couldn't defy what felt like a thinly veiled order from someone like him. "Understood, but what kind of part-time job is it?" "You'll find out when you get there." "Prepare for a long stay. I'll tell you the location at the closing ceremony." "I'll draft the contract now." With that, Mr. Gainsborough handed me a tablet with the contract. And so, I was forced to spend my first high school summer vacation on a mysterious part-time job. A few days later, on the last day of the semester, during the closing ceremony, I received a message from Mr. Gainsborough. "Assemble by the east side of the fountain at the departure gate of Planet its spaceport by 2100 hours tonight." The word assemble suggested there were others being forced to participate. I'd already prepared for the long stay the day after I was told, so I headed to the meeting place without panic. I arrived at the designated spot 30 minutes early, so no one was there yet. The first to arrive was a tall girl. I think she was from Class 1A, knows something. She was a handsome girl, incredibly popular with the ladies, but why was she being forced to participate? Her grades and behavior seemed fine. By the appointed time, a total of 35 students, both boys and girls, had gathered. Unsurprisingly, about 90% of them were the rowdy type. Right on time, Mr. Gainsborough appeared, accompanied by a group of intimidating-looking men led by a giant who looked to be over 2 meters tall. "Good, you're all here. This is Mr. Burx, the person in charge of your part-time job. From now on, follow his instructions." After briefly introducing the giant, Mr. Gainsborough quickly left. "All right, everyone, follow me." Surrounded by Burx and his men, we were led through what seemed like a back entrance of the spaceport and onto a cargo ship. After a night's journey, we were taken to an old, run-down colony that served as their base. There, we finally learned what our job was. "Welcome to our mercenary unit, Flexes. Starting today, you'll be working as mercenaries for our unit. Your first task is cleaning the combat ships. We'll show you to the dormitory. Once you've put your things away, assemble immediately." Of course, some tried to resist, but after Burx fired a few shots into the floor with his gun, they quickly quieted down. At that moment, I fully understood that Mr. Gainsborough was the worst kind of scum. The dormitory had 20 people per room, with 10 simple bunk beds and lockers for each person. The 28 boys were split into 2 rooms of 14 each, while the 7 girls had 1 room. After dropping off our belongings, we were taken to the hangar to start cleaning the combat ships. The cleaning was a frustrating ordeal. If you asked questions, they got annoyed, and if you did things on your own, they yelled at you. Once it was finally over, we had breakfast, bread, stew, milk, and water. The portions were generous, at least. Next was firearms training. They handed us handguns, assault rifles, shotguns, and grenade launchers, things ordinary students would never touch, and had us shoot at targets. It was a crude training session, even from an amateur's perspective. After that, we had lectures on combat tactics and VR training. Since 90% of the group were rowdy types, they seemed to enjoy the training with guns and combat ships. Following a late lunch of water, bread, stir-fried vegetables, and fruit, we received our next instructions. Starting now, we'll begin pilot training using actual combat ships. They're fully armed, so don't touch the beam or missile triggers until you're given permission. Understood? And so, our first combat ship pilot training in space began. In a way, it was also a chance to escape, but aside from the instructors, there were several surveillance ships keeping watch. Thanks to the VR training, we managed to perform basic maneuvers like ascending, descending, turning, and 180-degree turns, albeit clumsily. We followed the instructor's movements and avoided collisions. About 2 hours into the training, the instructors gave us shocking news. We've just received word that our scouting unit has been taken out by the forces of Baron Anaput, our current enemy. If we don't act, they'll reach our main forces before Viscount Brkin's unit can prepare their defenses. So, starting now, we'll buy time until Viscount Brkin's forces are ready. Naturally, we students were stunned. Don't worry, our scouting unit was just drones. The enemy is a bunch of spoiled noble sons who spend more time flirting than training. You can take them down. The instructors reassured us that the enemy was weak and tried to boost our morale. Just follow us. And so, we found ourselves participating in our first real battle. About 15 minutes after leaving the training zone, we arrived at a gate leading to the combat zone. All right. First, we'll rendezvous with our allies and resupply. Stay close. After passing through the gate and moving for a while, we saw our allies lined up in formation. Despite the vacuum of space, the atmosphere felt tense, like a battlefield. Once we finished resupplying with Viscount Brkin's still unorganized forces, the order came: form up in a tight formation. Remember, our IFF tags show us and Viscount Brkin's forces as allies, so don't shoot them. All right, advance slowly. On my signal, fire at that group. Fire. At the instructor's signal, we all pulled the triggers, and a rain of beams wiped out an enemy unit. We did it. We can win. What's the big deal? They're nothing. We're getting paid for this, right? Lucky. The rowdy types were ecstatic about their victory. The instructors seemed pleased too. You're better than I expected. All right, charge in. We'll cover you. They encouraged us, and almost all of us got fired up. Let's do this. We can win. Let's go. Take out the ones in front first. Almost all of the students became motivated and headed for the enemy group, but our amateur enthusiasm didn't last long. After dodging our initial attack, the enemy easily outmaneuvered us, and we were quickly scattered. The instructors had vanished at some point. I decided to flee. I don't remember much after gripping the control stick again, but I know I was desperate. The next clear memory I have is when our victory was announced, and one of the mercenaries said to me, "Hey, you survived. Looks like you've got what it takes to be a good merc." I think it all started when I was called out. Before I knew it, there were only 3 students left at Starry Sky Faculty High School, including me. At that time, my exhausted and overwhelmed mind couldn't fully grasp what that meant, but the moment we returned to the base, the military and police stormed the colony. Members of the mercenary unit flexes were arrested one after another. Those who resisted were shot dead, and when I was finally taken into protective custody by the police, the reality hit me. They were gone. My body started trembling uncontrollably. What followed was chaos. The reason the military and police got involved in this incident was because the parents of the handsome high school boy who survived, Raoul Burx, suspected something was wrong when their son didn't return home during his break. The Burx count and countess had grown suspicious. Raoul had always publicly declared, "I'm not a noble," which caught the attention of Professor Gainsbourg. For some reason, he was threatened and had no choice but to comply. He didn't go into the details, though. As for the mastermind, Professor Marty Gainsbourg, it turned out he had been exploiting students with behavioral issues or financial struggles. He would dangle threats like reporting them to the police, manipulating their grades, or withholding their transcripts and tuition fees to coerce them into mercenary work. He then split the students' earnings with the mercenary unit. At first, he targeted only 1 or 2 students, but for some reason, this time he managed to recruit 35. He didn't explain why, but I guess he was blinded by greed. On top of that, various other crimes came to light, and it seems he's now facing the possibility of severe punishment, even the death penalty. As for the students who survived the battlefield, they became the media's darlings. Well, the other 2 did. The handsome high school boy and beautiful high school girl who survived the evil teacher's heinous trap. That's how the media portrayed them. Honestly, those 2 are good-looking and photogenic, so viewers probably loved it. I couldn't help but feel a little left out as a fellow survivor. But the moment I saw the barrage of cameras outside the school gates, I was genuinely relieved I wasn't in the spotlight. On the bright side, since the incident was resolved in a day, I was able to attend a summer event, forget about the unpleasantness, and even meet a lifelong friend. That was truly something to be happy about. But at the time, I never could have imagined that what seemed like a terrible experience would become something I couldn't avoid, and later, something I'd consider my true calling. End of Volume 4.